Hello, hello. Trying to get my phone situated here so I can see what you guys are saying when I'm not looking at my computer.
Sell your clothes with
Hell no, don't do that.
By second.
Okay. So I have to make still need to make a Scorpio keychain, but I have to make the ladies Virgo keychain so I can go ahead and send that out. And then I'm going to make I got a mold for a wind chime that we're going to do that I'm making for somebody. And then I got more extra of these wind chime pipes so I can use these molds again. Like, I didn't get any of the other pieces, but I think like some of the other things I can use other, I don't know. Then I got, I don't have to, I mean, I can make other wind chimes. It doesn't have to be exactly like the picture, you know. Then I got some dog tags for your pets, or pet tags. But I'm going to have to find a way to put names in there. I can paint it on. My writing's horrible. Thinking I might be able to stencil it on, and then like I'd have to do it one letter at a time though, so it wouldn't be smear. But I need to get some clear tape so that, because I was looking at some tutorials on how to do lettering on resin and stuff, and like how to, and one way is to use clear tape and like acetate paper. You write it on the acetate paper, then you use clear tape to pull it up, and then you can stick that on your project. And then you have and then you just cover it with resin, and the tape doesn't really show up because it's clear. I'm going to put that over here out of the way. Let's save these in my little toolbox, my little craft box. And going to turn that into probably one of these thingamajigs too. And maybe these as well. Maybe this butterfly also. That could be on the back of a phone, or like I was saying, for a key card. I need to make the Virgo. So first, what I'm going to do is spray. I'm wide awake. Yeah, I have a printer, a regular printer. Hey, Wendy, Aunt B, Crazy Mom. Speaking of crazy, I hear it was crazy on PG's. Let's clear that. Make sure that mold is nice and clean on the inside so that we get a nice shiny project. if there's any type of scraping the bottom of the barrel with those. That's the last I had. Okay. I gotta at least get this keychain done. Then we're going to try also this cool, well, my plan is, I was watching a tutorial on how to make this like bubble effect or whatever. I thought was a cool idea, so I'm going to try that too. With something with these silver and gold pins too, just like this little tutorial. We're going to try it out. You use like dish soap and water, and stir it together real well and get bubbles, and take those bubbles and put it on your wet UV resin, and fugitive recovery agent. Hey, Luminous. Okay, so let me get my one of these things. Gonna look up again which one's the one for Virgo. I had a Scorpio one out somewhere that I was going to put up, but maybe not. So let's see. Start with some clear. Hey, Carrie. I wish this would have came with a spout, but it's just weird. But it's okay. This is Let's Resin, UV resin I'm using here. So that's just plain clear. I put in a layer of that first in it. And come on now. Okay. Man, Ernie's making a splash into coming into the community, isn't he? Hey, Fred, can you bring me my little phone cord, the white one that's by my side of the bed on the little table that hooks to this? So see, I accidentally brought it in there. Let me see, what's this? No, that's... Could use this one for now. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, cool. Thank you. So, you didn't know Ernie's back? What? No, you didn't know that? Oh, yeah, I guess he's on like every panel nowadays. Guess who's back? Back again. Ernie's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Let's see, back. Do 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 do. Okay. So, do some. See, and then maybe some that. And then maybe a little bit of pearl powder. to kind of my gloves on because we're going to start a mixing. No, I don't like those gloves. Those are too loose. That's what he said. Exactly, Carrie. Yeah, that's how little I pay attention to really the drama now. Like, he's been back for a little while now. Like, what, a week or so? Week or two. Okay. Using UV color. I'm going to mix a little bit of pearl on each one. Yeah, and that's the problem. Like, you know, sometimes he can be, you know, entertaining to watch, but then when it always goes to gets into some F shit with him, you know? So I just know just to stay away. There's like a lot of drama that follows that guy. Or, I mean, I don't know if it really follows him, but more like he encourages it, you know, but I have to make this Virgo keychain for that lady because so I could get those mailed out. It's the last one I gotta get, and then then I'm gonna maybe make this wind chime or start on it. It's a wind chime mold that I'm making for somebody, and I got a few replacement of the wind chime things, you know, the metal wind chime things. So hopefully I can use the mold like multiple times. Let's see, we got red. See, I don't know why. They could have gave like a spout for this, you know what I mean? They didn't give any. It's like they probably want you to spend more money. We're not going to give you a spout. You have to pay for it. I don't have one that would fit this either. Let's see. Red. Just need one more, maybe. One little cup majig thing. See, it's like a mess. You definitely don't want to waste this stuff, you know? It's like liquid gold. This is the last of my UV. I'm on my last UV, but thankfully, I mean, that should last a while because you use that for smaller projects. So I would guess at least a couple weeks, hopefully. With as much as it's freaking expensive. Maybe I should pay attention. Let's see. Today's the 26th. Let's see how long it takes me to go through that. Today's the first day that I opened it up and used it. Let's try to remember. Carrie, that's going to be your job. Hint, hint. As I say we, I really mean you. Let's put a little scoop of pearl in each of these. Maybe a tiny bit more pearl in this red. Whoa! Oh, I know, right? I know. Ernie's a silly one, that's for sure. He's a silly one. Mr. Ernie. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 Mr. Ernie. So maybe put a little bit darker green in that. I want to make this like I think Ernie likes to. Oh, I thought it was Carrie that said that. Oh, it was Val that said that. Hey, Val. Yeah, didn't he say that he told his yeah, well, never mind. I'm not gonna get into that. Never mind. He's just told a lot of stories already. Oh gosh. Okay. So let's pour a little bit here. Pour some. Oops, we need to mix up. Mr. Branch. So these don't turn out exactly the same every time. It's kind of like a all right, let's put these out of the way so I don't get those. winking at himself in his head. Oh my God. Let's see. White and there's blue. I could use silver here. This is acrylic. Where's my red one? Sure, it's right in front of my face. It's okay. Let's try. Yeah, I hear some craziness went down on PGs today. Like really horrible. I don't know. Sounded like a lot of perverted, gross stuff. Mm-hmm. That's cute. Ernie said sponge offer for a month and then on. Who was that said that? What was the girl's name? I remember something kind of like that, but I'll dome these like with some resin. Let's see, should I put make those eyes white? I don't know how that would look. I'll probably make the eyes. Don't I have black or something? Let me make the eyes black instead once I find it. I did have. It's one of his girlfriends. Oh. Yeah, I need black for that. For the eyes. I'm going to take that white out of the eyes here the best I can. It's going to be covered with black anyways, so it won't show. I might listen to some true crime while doing this. True crime. Crafting, true crime, and chill. So has it been confirmed that Dawn and Ernie knew each other before Summer went missing? Because somebody texted me and said something about that. I didn't know if that was confirmed again or what. So I need my... Okay, let's unveil this. Hopefully, oh, that's pretty. I love it. Very nice. So that's going to be for the ladies. That's her Virgo keychain. She got Virgo, Pisces, and Libra. So that's so pretty. And that's the new resin, and it looks really nice. It does seem a little bit better quality. So let me attach this to a keychain real quick. Thank you guys. It is really pretty. So there's our Virgo keychain with the constellation in it. So cute. Dang, I'm gonna have to get more of those constellation things. I wonder if they probably have them on Shein, I would think, maybe. But I've already used like half of the Virgo, I think. Okay, so we got that up. These keychains out of the way. If I can remember where I put the keychains. I mean, they're not. We'll send them over here. Oh, here they are. Dirt. Right in front of my face. Right here. So here's very pretty. I use that for something too, but it's all three of her keychains. And yeah, love them. I do think maybe that resin is a tad bit better. Yeah, I mean, it looks a little bit shinier, but maybe I just need to clean those. Because after you handle them and stuff, your fingerprints get on them. Okay, so they probably just ordered through. I did see that lie. Should we watch that? They probably do. I just ordered 3 Amazon to get them. Is Shein fast? No, they're about the same. I think. I don't know. I think they're about the same. I don't know how much it might not even be much of a difference in pricing really, but I haven't looked really. So these, I need to list a bunch of this stuff. I haven't listed anything on my shop for a few days. I need to add more stuff. I haven't sold anything on there yet on the actual site, but usually you guys just like tell me if you want something and I make it. Let's see, sweetie. part 3 though. This 5 minutes ago. Let's do we'll watch her new one. I love Sweetie Pie Low. She's such I love her. Open, more so kind.
She is a wonderful, very talented, very amazing, gifted medium. And she has been working on the Sebastian Rogers case really since the absolute beginning, Donna. Really.
Right. Within a couple of weeks of seeing another YouTuber sitting there talking about Sebastian every day, I just shared it to my YouTube just to help him get the word out. And then I decided to do a reading on Sebastian.
Yeah, I was thinking about it last night. I was like, when did I become aware of Sebastian Rogers? And honestly, I think it was you that told me about that case. And you were having people, recommend that you work on it. And then I think you gave it some deep thought, talked to Seth. And then I was like, okay, I want to look into it too. And that's when I started making phone calls like I do in pretty much every case that we cover. I always try to find out something, right?
Right.
And then we came together and we started talking about it. And we though we have been quiet for the last several months, it's been, we've both been going through our own stuff. And it's not because we didn't want to be here. It's because, honestly, it turned into a big drama fest. And there's nothing.
With Sebastian?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you've been hearing about it. Have you been hearing about it, Donna?
I don't listen when it starts turning to the gossip. So how I feel is every case has the same pattern. You could lay it down on every case where when there's information that comes out, a lot of YouTubers talk about the information. And then when the information dries up, there'll be a subset of YouTubers that either makes up stories that out of thin air or just gossips and tears people's lives apart. And I don't even watch that. So I did watch the Lore Lodge interview the other day. And and I just felt like I could see the devastation and despair. Yeah. I mean, with Seth Rogers and the father of Sebastian, and he's been looking for his son, just running himself. You could tell he's devoid of energy and just very depressed. And I just felt, I feel like crying even talking about, I identify with the sadness, and I'm very, very sorry that he's in that position. And even worse when other YouTubers make up gossip just to get clickbait, clicks and baits and this and that. Although, on the other hand, even though it's such a horrible thing, I can't even say, it's kind of sickening, but it does keep the name out there. But still, it's just, I think it goes a little over the edge when a person is truly looking for their missing child, and people are just trying to tear their lives apart.
I don't understand that. It's so obvious.
You're right. And there's an important.
But I'm not saying that Seth is perfect either.
And that is, if Seth was such a Chester the molester, why would Katie have left her son with him in his custody every other weekend? Right? If you were truly concerned, if he was, let's say, a predator, like certain people allege, she wouldn't have trusted to have her son in his care. And
I didn't even hear about that. I heard them asking Seth how old Katie was. He said he didn't start. She was over 18 when he started going out with her. Okay. And I think, what is he, about 10 years older, maybe 8 years older? I believe
it. Yeah, it's substantial. Like 10 years maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. I think when you're around, like my boyfriend, when I was 21 was 7 years older. I think that's pretty normal. And the fact of the matter is, what does that have to do with who murdered or, why this child is missing?
Right.
And that, to me, is the focus. But then you don't have segment after segment after segment on a daily basis unless you've got drama and gossip and hearsay. And they're really, some people, and I don't mean the YouTubers, I mean the people behind the disappearance of Sebastian, may be trying to feed out this information to divert attention away from what really matters, which is, in my opinion, seeing the mugshots of Terry Bowersox, Kathy Bowersox, Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, and Danny Guy. I think I would like to see a news segment with their mugshots, but I'm not saying they did anything. I'm just saying that's what I would like out of all this. Just tearing some. Can you imagine? I would just tell you, I saw my daughter in the morgue. Her body was blue. She was beaten. She was, in fact, unrecognizable. When they first found her, they couldn't even identify her. The only way they identified her was that they found a purse with her ID like 10 feet away, and there was a tattoo. She had a small tattoo. And even then, I hung up on them, and I just said, she trusts everyone. Probably someone stole her purse. And I literally, it was either the cops or the coroner. I hung up on them and went and laid on my bed, just went into shock. And so if you imagine that Seth has been going through this just utter, Seth is a person that moved across the country and rebuilt his entire life so that he could have a relationship with his son. He's a person that has spent his days off building this relationship and taking his son on hobbies and to different things. And it's just like, he's devastated. And will he even survive this? I mean, Sebastian is his life.
I know so much. And I worry about his health.
I do too.
That stress, that constant stress is
Here we go.
for you at all.
I do too.
Well, I want to say thank you so much for everybody that's here today with Donna and I. And for those who are not familiar with Donna and I, with Donna. So how I became acquainted with her was back in 2020. There was this case, it was called the Lori Vallow case. There were 2 missing kids out of Rexburg, Idaho. That wasn't where they were originally from, but that's where their mom had brought them. And they were missing. Nobody could figure out what had happened to these kids. So January of that year, when we knew like absolutely nothing about this case, except there was missing kids, Donna took the leap of faith, whatever you want to call it, and she decided to see what she could pick up about that case. Well, right out of the gate, you saw just how grisly, gruesome, grotesque, awful this case was, that these kids had been just dealt with in the most egregious way, dismembered, burned, wrapped in duct tape. I mean, the whole bit. And Donna picked that up in a, hour and 9-minute clip, Donna, your first reading. And you got every single detail that ended up coming out in court. Actually, it came out when the kids were found by the FBI, like 4 or 5 months later. And then once the preliminary hearing came for Chad Daybell, that's when our heads were blown. We're like, whoa, Donna said this. She said this about the necklace. Every detail. Unreal. She could have, I still wish there was like a Netflix series to be done on just how remarkable and bizarre that was.
It was a very shocking case. And the reality is my daughter did bring me the victims. I mean, these 4 victims were in my house. Actually, I think there's 5, but the known ones were in my house for constantly over a period of 4 months. And I mean, it was the scariest reading I ever did about that Tylee. If I saw all those visions, how shocking and the odds of someone really doing that, I would never have even bloated it. I would have figured it was a trickster spirit or something like that. But because my daughter in spirit, who is in spirit, had brought Tylee to me for help, is the only reason I took that leap of faith and sent that out there. And so originally, that first reading called Tylee Ryan Most Important wasn't even meant for the public. I wasn't
I remember.
even knowing that I was going to have this YouTube channel blow up.
My
Um,
word
it was
smaller
to send the link to multiple. They didn't even know what state the kids were in. So
Right.
I spent the whole next day sending letters to
my
law enforcement in
sucks.
multiple states. So yeah, it was the most shocking reading to that point that I had ever done.
Oh, absolutely. And you could tell while listening to it that this was probably the shock of your life to see something play out in front of your own eyes, like because you're psychically channeling it. I bet you just couldn't believe what you even saw. And do you feel that way sort of like about the Sebastian Rogers, what you've channeled and picked up so far?
Well, on the Lori Vallow case, I actually saw demonic activity, and I had never seen that before.
Okay.
And there, I believe there was Satanism in this Summer Wells case, but I didn't see the actual demons. I just saw the people that are like worshiping Satan.
Yep, she's on.
But
She's on.
on the Lori Vallow case, like I saw a demon when they were cooking Tylee on that fire and burning her. I saw a demon go across the yard and go right into Lori.
Oh.
And I'd never seen anything like. I mean, I've done a couple thousand readings at least, and I've never seen demonic activity. And I saw actual demonic activity in there, and it was so scary. And like if you listen to that first reading, I actually stopped in the middle, and I started praying. I was so scared. That's how scared I was. And I keep saying in there, nobody would ever do this. Nobody would ever do this, you know. And I had no idea. Like, did demons hijack my reading? Like, what's going on? And I started praying, and then I continued the reading. So
yeah, and you said, I hope I'm wrong and that they're just at their grandma's house. That's what you said in the reading. And it was like the most exact, accurate, like my mind is forever blown because of that. And that's why I trust you with these cases the way I do. And I have faith in you that you can, if anybody can figure it out, I feel like it's you. Because I've seen you do it before a number of times, actually.
Yeah. And I don't know. I lost my train of thought.
By the way, Donna, you look so beautiful. I love your hair and just like, yeah, you look so pretty. Just like
Thank you. You know what? My hair finally grew out. I mean, it's not that it was so horrible, but I didn't want it that short. And so really I'm happy that it's finally grown out. Yeah.
Great. Awesome. So how would you like to,
I don't know if I'm going to be able to.
I'm trying to think of how we can. So for starters, as like a disclaimer, we're going to do our best to not name names, just what you saw. Is that right, Donna? Is that where?
That's what we're going to do. And also, I just want people to know, consider this on the level of a dream. These are visions.
Right.
And then I try to interpret the visions, and they're not always going to be right. I mean, if someone tells you, like one of your friends says, oh, I had this wild dream the other night, and this is what happened in my dream. Consider it that. I'm not making an accusation. I'm not suggesting anybody should do anything. I mean, I have a suggestion for any law enforcement to trace the cell phones of all the 5 people I listed for the entire night. If they took me there, I could walk up and point out where Sebastian's body was.
Right. What's the, I mean.
Yeah. You feel very confident about that, don't you?
Well, I you know, he could come walking back in, okay? Like, so there's this famous psychic, Sylvia Brim, and she was saying some child was dead. And then it turned out, no, he was with a sex offender for the last 9 months. He wasn't dead at all. And then all the media did the rest of her life after she'd probably helped on over 1,000 cases was bring up this. Right. Okay, so know that, yeah, on any of these children cases, I would be happy to be wrong. I would be happy for the child to come back. But I think today I'll just talk about what I saw as if that's the situation, and put that disclaimer over and over and over that this is my visions we're talking about. I'm not making accusations.
Right. Yeah, that's a great disclaimer, I think, Donna.
Yeah.
It's fair to say. Okay, so first of all, first question I have for you. When was the first time you tried to pick something up about this case? Do you recall an approximate date? Something like that. Was it last March that you recall?
Yeah, oh, definitely. And I had thought I was going to do a reading with Sebastian's father, and then I meditated ahead of time. I got a couple things, and when we started talking, it was more like we ended up talking for about an hour and a half.
Okay.
So we didn't do the actual reading. Like I told him a couple things I was picking up, and then within a couple of weeks, I did a reading for Sebastian's aunt, who is Seth's sister. I did a reading for her. And if you remember, that's the day my computer broke. And so I just had to get my cell phone and talking to my cell phone to listen to the audio and try to tell people. And I have spent several hours looking for the actual reading because sometimes there's a little bit more detail. And actually at that time, I had seen all these things. So that we're going to talk about today. I just had decided because I saw Seth saying that it was causing him trauma to hear different psychics talking about Sebastian being dead and that kind of stuff. So I decided, okay, I'll just leave all that out and try to put these clues about this location. But I am going to talk about it today. What I saw then.
I think that's fair, Donna. Today is technically, let's see, it's the 25th, right? Let me double check that.
Yeah, tomorrow's the anniversary.
Yeah, well, technically it's actually today because he was last seen on the 25th.
Oh.
And the FBI recently changed that, from what I understand, to the 25th versus the 26th. So
okay. So that's like they do the last, what's it called? Proof of life?
Proof of life, exactly. And his proof of life, I'm not sure if it was the footage at the restaurant or if it's him supposedly taking out the trash. I've heard both. I'm not 100% sure which one it is, but it was on the 25th, from what we understand.
Right. And one of the first things I said in that original reading was that their public timeline was off.
Yes, you did. I heard that clip. I was like, oh, interesting. What does that mean? I want to tell everybody real quick while I'm thinking of it. Yesterday, I went over some of my own notes from talking to certain people, in the case and stuff. And I thought this was a little bit odd that on the day that Sebastian vanished, which was the day his mom reported him missing, which was that Monday morning, February 26th, around 6-ish something in the morning. Well, I want to let you know that the trash truck came that morning at 5:12 a.m. So these lights, these mysterious lights that we've heard about, that we've seen a video of, that they're saying were at like 3 something in the morning. Why are they captured at 5:12? Would they be in the neighborhood for 2 hours beforehand?
No, and why would we think it's a trash truck when 2 flashlights come out of the house, go up to a vehicle, cut through a neighbor's backyard, go to a vehicle, and only 1 flashlight goes back to the house?
Thank you. And I feel like they're trying to play us for stupid right now by insisting that that's of no significance. I think it's significant.
It's huge. It's huge. There's a good chance that that's when Sebastian was handed off.
That's what
I mean, you know what I'm saying? And then it would be the 26th, which was the anniversary of
the divorce, I think.
The divorce that Katie Proudfoot had with Sebastian. So the odds of the child she had with Sebastian going missing on that particular day are 1 in 365. Right. Jeez, who picked the day? Like, they really thought that this would never get out of just her stabbing Sebastian in the heart.
Right.
Essentially, emotionally. Right. Come on.
I know. Yeah, absolutely. And there was one more thing that I saw in my notes when I was reviewing them, and that was that the night of the 25th, so that Sunday night, the window in the dining room was left open. Why would anybody leave a window open in like 30-degree weather?
Yeah, that makes no sense.
No, it doesn't.
Not unless you left it open so someone could come in.
See, that's where my brain went too, honestly, Don.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
I don't know either.
I shared that while it was fresh in my mind because I thought it was so odd. I'm like, this is weird. You know, it's funny. You can look at the same details over and over, but as you learn new information, stuff starts kind of getting highlighted. Like, oh, that's curious. That's weird. And that's kind of where I'm at with these details, really. Anyway, so where you want to go ahead and we'll start with.
We could. You want to start with these and with the clues, or do you want to start with Chris Proudfoot's statements? Or I mean, Chris Proudfoot has made a lot of statements.
I just can't believe
in the
how
last year that
close
are pretty
that
weird.
has been.
But we could do that after, or do you want to do the clues first? What do you want to do?
Good question. Let's do. You know what? Okay, let's start with the clues, and then we can go.
I haven't watched anything on this for a long time, and on the Sebastian case. But at first, like, Seth was being like real cool with. I'm not suspicious of Seth, but like I can't believe he didn't like. I don't know. He did. I guess he just didn't want to believe, that. And because I always wondered why didn't they just give him if he, was such a problem for them. They could have just gave him to Seth. But no, there had to be something like weird there.
Go into the other stuff.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, so I did the one main reading about Sebastian, and then there was other times where I meditated, and there would be like 5 minutes about Sebastian, and then it's other, like I'm connecting with the spirits and praying for people and this, that, or I might pick up a little about one case and a little. And so I went through this weekend, I went through all these little clips, and I made a chart of the clues and kind of how many times they come up. Because for me, it's like, if they show me something over and over and over, then I know it's an integral part of the case.
Right.
If I only see it once, it's like, because there was one clue, and then I realized, you know what, I think that was the young man who fell in the river over there in Louisiana. That was going on at the same time when Sebastian first went missing. Okay. And so I had like 5 minutes of him and five. So I think one of the clues that I might have put on here was for that. But other than that, they're all about Sebastian.
Okay.
Okay. So I want to say that when you think of a conspiracy,
yeah,
usually each person.
Fred was supposed to talk with Donna, and we tried, but like she did have a lot going on. I'm looking at my dog tag here that I made for Bandit. Let me see what you guys. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I'm not good at my writing is horrible. So I'm gonna use this one. I could have put my phone number on the back and then sealed it in, but it's kind of see-through. So that would have not been good, probably. It is cute, though. It is cute. It's adorable. But my writing sucks. She did, but not like recently. It's just like she had a lot going on, and maybe she'll get a hold of us soon, or let's see.
Has a motive for that conspiracy, right? And there's a whole lot of motives surrounding this family as far as the custody fight, the potential CPS interview of Sebastian coming up, where if it came out that how badly he was treated, that they might lose complete custody of Faith. The beatings, the humiliation, the having him sleep in the garage, the, treating him like an animal, and feeling free to harm him physically. If CPS interviewed him, that could really affect any kind of visitation. And
Right.
both, Chris and his mother wanted custody. So,
Of Faith. Yes.
Yeah.
It
so
seems
they
like-
all they all have a motivation. Although I'm not saying they did it, I'm just saying, if we're looking at all the people surrounding Sebastian.
Right. And Donna, real quick, do you really think they made him sleep in the garage? Did you see anything indicative of that? Or
No, not in my reading. In fact, another disclaimer I should put is there was a little girl missing in Texas. Remember Audrey?
yes.
Okay, and what happened when I did a reading for Audrey, which I never uploaded, it's like all of a sudden I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, I
why
didn't
else would
upload
you
it.
talk to?
I remember this.
What happened was her coloring, not her face, but her coloring looks so much like my daughter. It's so rare. It's that milky white skin with kind of almost white hair. And so when I was seeing this little 5-year-old murdered
Let's see.
in something that should never have happened, I actually lost it for a couple of days. I was bawling my head off, and I was praying to God to never let me see another child murdered and stuff like that. I mean, I was praying for not to see. And then Sebastian happened. So I skipped the part at the house. Oh,
Okay.
no, I did see something at the house. I did see abuse at the house.
I
But
might
do you know,
forget.
I have to say,
Or-
taking care of an autistic child can be very challenging. My friend who lived across the street from me for many years, her son was autistic and she loved him very much, but there are challenges. Like my son's friend went to the park a couple times. I mean, my friend's son, the autistic young man, he went to the park a couple times and took off his
Yeah, it'd be
clothes.
about summer weather.
Yes.
So the police brought him home. So, there are challenges and stress. And I actually saw some of that going on in the house. So if you took Chris out of it, even like I kind of saw one time Sebastian grabbed Katie and then Katie was like hitting it, but it was self-defense in a way.
Okay.
It was her trying to get him off.
Oh,
And I don't know when that was in relationship to all this. It could be that they were just kind of showing me that situation. So they all had a reason why they were stressed out. Like Seth said on that Lore Lodge interview that Chris and Katie were talking about sending Sebastian to a group home. And so it does indicate, though, that they wanted him out of their house. And then Seth thought he couldn't take him for another few months to get everything ready and switch. But then there was another interview with Chris where it was Chris and Seth. And Seth is sitting there saying, I was going to have him come live with me. And then Chris, his eyes get big. Like, look at the body language. His eyes get big.
Yeah.
And he says, why didn't you tell us? Like,
Oh.
I mean, he just showed his hand right there. And, oh, okay, so then that would have made a difference then. Okay, so then you're saying you might know something. Like, it's kind of that situation. And again, I'm not accusing anybody, but
Right.
So like almost like
Wow. Okay.
yeah.
So you picked up though that there was definitely contention in the home. There was a lot of struggles, a lot of trying
that
to
is weird.
figure out what's next because this is not going to work out, right?
Chris said like that.
Well, I didn't get the whole it was not going to work out thing, but I did see a scuffle with Kate. And, it could have happened. I mean, if she said, oh, hey, these people are coming to pick you up tonight, you're going to need to go. And then he could have got upset. I don't know. I just saw a scuffle and I
Okay.
saw her hit him, but it wasn't her going up and abusing him. It was her defending herself, really.
Interesting. Okay.
And so I saw a very, very, it looked to me in my vision. So you have to understand how they look. It's almost like if you were on a foggy night, you were seeing things that were kind of translucent. You're like in this 3D world, but it looks different. It's not the physical world, and it's not Skype. It's not a movie where you get to choose everything. It's just they show you what they think is important. And there's a dark, it looked like dark green pickup truck with one of these racks on it that you put when you're like cleaning pools or you're doing construction and stuff like that. And it seemed to be connected to the place they brought him to. Like, I'm like, does this person own this property? Like, I didn't know, but it's like, okay. And then sometimes you get clues and it's more like a wondering feeling. And other times you're like standing in the middle of it. And you're like, oh no, I know this is what happened.
Like where it's very clear.
Yeah. Well, it's 3D and you're standing there watching it.
I see.
And then there's other times where you might just see something and wonder something. So there's kind of levels of how much on each clue might have a different level of seriousness. But Sebastian was brought somewhere.
Okay.
Okay. And what I saw was, should I go down the clues or should I just
Yeah,
say?
please. That would be great. And then I could maybe further ask questions as you do that.
Okay. So I live in California, which the houses are 4 feet apart, sometimes 6 feet if you're lucky.
Yeah.
And then when I see these other areas and I'm like, oh, wow, that's out in the boonies. Well, it might not be. It might just be that's because they have big yards there and there's a lot of trees and this and that. Because like at one time I was saying he's not that far from the house, but other times I'm saying it's like it feels like a rural area or like, so there's a lot of trees and stuff. But he was brought to a place, and in the background, I'm not saying whether it's in the mountains or not because I'm not 100% sure. But it's like, if you were looking at the house and then you looked behind the house, in the distance, you would see mountains. And then off to the right of the house, you would see mountains. And then there's a curve going to the house. They brought him to a curve and the house is on the curve and it's facing sideways to the road. And so I did see that. And so I know that that's going to be true if they ever solve this.
Gotcha.
Let's see. On my notes, I wrote the house seemed to be about 3/4 of the way up the hill or mountain. So maybe even in the foothills. I was seeing, so then they show me things. And if you haven't seen the readings before, anything, it's almost all visions. It's like all these visions. Sometimes I hear words. Sometimes I'll feel a word. But these visions, so I see a ridge, right? It could be a flat place where the name in the street is Ridge.
Yeah.
Or the name in the housing development is Ridge. So you have to take a clue and just keep it on this list and look at it like when you see the place, you'll know that that's there. But they did show me the ridge all and over. So I'm seeing a mountain ridge. Is it literal? I'm not 100% sure. And let's say, remember I kept seeing the sky?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kept seeing the sky. Was Chris working?
Do you think that's an important, like...
oh, it's super important.
The word, maybe? The word
it could be the word, sky. Okay. And it also could be, they kept showing me at the top of the house. I saw the ridge in the background. I saw a chimney with smoke coming out. Okay. And I didn't say it the first 2 times they showed it to me. And then the 3rd time they showed it to me again. And I'm like, they're also trying to show me this chimney, right? And then a bunch of people say there's chimney top mountains. Okay. And I'm not saying he was brought there. It's like, I would have to be there and stand there and look around to see how far that those mountains are to be kind of be able to place the house and identify it. But I really feel like these people that did this did not expect for this to blow up like this. They did not expect that. So it's likely that some of them probably had their cell phone. Yes, and if the police or the FBI were to look at where their cell phones were the entire night, it's pretty likely that they would be able to find Sebastian.
Okay. Interesting.
So then I kept hearing, remember Danny O.
So
and remember, this is in March. I didn't know any of the characters at this time.
Nina hadn't come out yet, had she?
No, nobody had. He had only been missing a couple of weeks, and one other YouTuber had picked it up.
Yes, she saw her.
And so I'd never heard that name before.
Okay.
And, but I mean, they didn't show me him doing anything. It just, they were giving me the name.
Gotcha.
They were also giving me custom woodworking, which is what that person does for a living, surprisingly. And they were, yeah, and it was like the biggest chills of the reading I wrote. That man does woodworking, custom woodworking. Then they also showed me a man who, remember, first they showed me a man eating a corn cob.
Yeah.
And then they showed me the corn cob stuck to his tooth. And then they showed me it turn into popcorn. And I'm like, what the heck is going on with this guy's tooth? Something's going on with the front tooth of this man. And that is one of the men that I saw in my vision, which could be wrong, but I saw him beating Sebastian. They killed him.
Mm.
And let's see, we'll get to that.
Okay.
So I saw the smoke in the chimney. I talked about that. That Sebastian had been injured. Somehow in the transport, his arm was injured. So I don't know if, like, at some point, if they find a skeleton, if it'll have a broken arm, or I don't know. I don't know that it will, but there was something there.
Okay.
I saw Sebastian then, and, at the time I'm like, is this a barn or what? But we were inside of it, so I don't know what it was. It could be train, those big boxes they buy from trains to use as a shack or a shed or whatever.
Yeah.
Storage shed. It could be a barn, could be any kind of little outbuilding. I don't know. It just felt like we weren't inside the house. It felt like we were there, and he was made to go in there. I am sorry to say that repeatedly in here I say he was dead within hours of being brought there. It didn't go on for too long. It was, maybe 2 or 3 hours he was dead. And one man, I think there was at least, well, I know for sure there was more than one man.
Okay.
So there was at least 2 and maybe 3 men that I saw, but I only saw one of them's face, and that's the one with the tooth.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And so the other ones I didn't see, but one of them went up. So Sebastian was like crouched in the corner, and he went up to Sebastian and started punching him.
Oh.
And then he was trying to like say stuff like to fight back. Sebastian never fought back.
Yeah.
And he was punching him over and over and over. And then at some point he grabbed him like this in this kind of stranglehold, like wrestler hold like that, which you can knock somebody out, but they didn't.
Right.
At some point I see him dragged outside of that little outbuilding and hit in the back of the head with a shovel. And I saw him. I'm so sorry, Seth, if you're listening to this. I'm really sorry. But I think the police need to know, and the focus really needs to be on getting these people arrested and put on trial for murder.
Yeah.
So, and I saw him hit in the back of the head with a 2x4.
Oh my God.
And then I don't know how it happened, but I don't know if they told him to run. Like, you could run to there. But there was like, I don't know how that happened, because it's like, then I'm just seeing it happen. That, so he's like trying to get his way through some wooded area, Sebastian is.
Yeah.
But then he makes it, I don't know how far he makes it, probably not more than 50 feet at the most. But then he was disoriented feeling, and he collapsed, okay?
Okay.
And I don't know if they went up and did something else to him to further cause his death, because I didn't see his actual death, because that's what I was praying for God to not let me see.
Yes.
And then they took his clothes off, and they wrapped him either in a tarp or a huge, like, say if you had an empty mattress bag or something. And I'm not saying that it was a mattress bag. I'm just saying some big, huge, clear plastic. Okay. Or else a tarp. It was like they rolled his body up. Oh no, it was in a fetal position. They put it in a fetal position. And they burned his clothes. So I saw the several men. They burned his clothes after. So he will be found without clothes. And then the female, I saw the man with the tooth. He went into the house at some point during all this. And the female who was there, who had brunette hair,
Okay.
He was talking to her, but I didn't really pick up what they were saying, but just that she was present on the property during the murder and she had no problem with it.
God, this is like a level of extreme.
It's pure evil.
It's evil.
It's pure evil. It's inexcusable.
Yeah.
And I'm just reminded of the Bible verse that says that people who harm children should have some kind of big stone put around their neck and put in the water. Like literally, that's what the Bible says.
Yeah, yeah.
Harming children. And again, you know what? They could find Sebastian. He could be fine. This is just my vision. But it's like, It makes me sick. It's just, This is what I saw. And I just wanted to spare Seth, and hope to be wrong and hope that he would turn up and they would find him. And this is just my visions.
Right. And I want to say real quick that you waited an entire year to give these details. And to me, I really respect that, because you could have said this back in April if you really wanted to, but you were trying to spare Seth and keep his hopes up that he would find him.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the same way you knew what happened to JJ, Tylee, Gabby Petito. I mean, all these cases.
Yeah. And so at the time with Tylee, I wasn't even planning on the public seeing my video. And I know that I might have caused trauma to people without intending to, and I'm trying to be more careful about that.
I know, and we appreciate what you do, Donna. Seriously, I know you're trying. Yeah. And there's going to be people that are going to pick this apart and say, "Oh, they're such bullshitters. Look at them." I can see it now.
I don't even care what they say.
I don't care either. How many cases you've been right about, Donna? I mean, let's stack them.
And I don't even care about anyone that wants to sit there and just be some kind of like worm in the mud that wants to be negative and have a YouTube channel that's based on attacking other people. And I mean, you think of like when your life is over and you're, say, on the astral plane,
right?
There's all kinds of slithering creatures and humans that are afraid to have their judgment, who slither around in the mud. And the people that do that on YouTube, that's how I see them. And it's just like, if I was walking down the street and some little rabid worm kind of went, that's kind of what I think about people insulting me.
Yeah.
Really. I'm trying to put out information that could potentially help a kid. And I'm sure that, because I could write a letter, but if the one cop who gets that letter doesn't believe in psychics, that's going to get deleted. But there might be other cops with an open mind, that want to solve it, and they can hear the clues. That's my logic. That's my logic in all this.
Yeah, Donna, I want to show you on the screen right now. Remember Ernie Shell from the Summer?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
Saying even the TBI said this woman's credibility was wrong. Yeah.
Oh, the TBI did? That's nice of them.
Yeah. I mean,
because in the Dulce Alves case up there in New Jersey, in the reading I did for her mother, I said in 6 years, this guy is going to get hungry and want to kill another kid, right? But then I didn't ever upload the second reading because there wasn't that much interest in the first reading. But in Dulce Alves, a missing 5-year-old Mexican immigrant from New Jersey, I did a second reading. And then it had gone down to 3 years.
Okay. That
they were showing me. So maybe because the heat was off, it was going to be sooner. And do you know that just very close to where Dulce went missing, this little 5-year-old, somebody just tried to kidnap a 10-year-old.
And this is in New Jersey, Dawn?
Another child will die. And the cop involved not only would not talk to me, he says he threw my letters away as soon as he realized I was a psychic. Even Dulce's neighbor went in and talked to the police chief who ordered him to talk to me, and he said he'd rather be fired than talk to a psychic.
Yes, they've dealt with me like that too when I've called to give tips that I felt really mattered from your readings. A lot of times they just treat me horribly. But it's always interesting when what I tell them that's straight from you, and then they're like, okay, keep going. Like it's registering, right? Something.
Yeah. And I really appreciate Detective Ball took you seriously when you
Yes, he
called
did.
that time.
He did.
So some cops do and some cops don't. So the point is, uploading a reading is, and there's sleuthers that, I mean, the cops have a certain amount of time every day, you know, and they have multiple cases. They can't just, you know, 80 hours a week, but there's thousands of people out there willing to research clues, which is even better. So I do think it is
And try a
worth
little technique.
putting it out public,
Right.
and then, you know, whether it's TBI, FBI, and then also they don't have to acknowledge
If I
me
am
that they ever talk to me, because maybe they don't want to talk to me because they're afraid of being tricked and recorded and put on YouTube, and I can totally understand that, but it's scary when you think someone else will be murdered.
I
in a case.
agree. Here's
Now
one more. Oh, sorry, Donna, not to interrupt. I'm sorry.
Oh no,
I
you
wanted
go
to
ahead.
tell you- I want to tell you what else Ernie Shell said. He said, yes, they told me that you were right on a lot, and the statistics add up. Candace told me about Summer. Whoa.
Oh, Candace told him? I wonder what he said. Is he
Wow,
on here?
I would like to know more, Ernie. Wow, you should make another video.
Yeah, Ernie, I want to hear what
Or
they
call
told you
Donna.
about Candace. Yeah, you could call me. I mean, you could email me and give me your number and I'll call you.
Wow.
For sure, Ernie, I want to talk to you, definitely. And I could give you any information I have because there's a lot I've held back, of course. So even how horrible these all are, there's always information I know that's too dangerous or too even more violent.
There.
That's another thing that really bothers me is when people kill. I mean, I see the predators, that's part of what they enjoy is causing pain and trauma. And it turns them on, right? But a family member, a mom or a dad, somebody who tries to kill their own kid, why make them suffer like that? Why not just overdose them? Like, and I'm not advocating for it, but like, why did Lori Vallow do such atrocious things to her children? You know, was that really necessary if you just wanted to get rid of them? You know, so I just think it, and with Sebastian, this is what I wrote. Okay. Sebastian was injured before even arriving at this location with an injury to his arm, which seems significant. Sebastian was severely beaten and put into a chokehold. The person doing it, oh, listen to this.
Okay.
The person doing it had a personal gratification in it, enjoyed doing it, and said, your mom can't protect you now. Sebastian was not fighting back. So that indicates to me it was a person who had a personal relationship with Sebastian.
Wow.
I know.
Jeez.
And I saw him have what would be blunt force trauma, both with a shovel to the back of the head and what looked like could be a 2x4 or something of that nature hit in the head. I saw him running through a wooded area, feeling disoriented and dropping to the ground. He was wrapped in a large bag or tarp and buried in a fetal position in the ground. So if they were using sonar, I guess that kind of thing is important. He would be in a fetal position, so it would be like a ball they were kind of looking for, rather than a long thing like that.
Okay.
I saw them burn his clothing after the murder.
Yep.
And then I saw a garden box, but I didn't see him put in there, right? I saw a raised flower bed. It's just like I wondered. I like had this ominous feeling about it. I wondered.
Drill that hole, trying to make it.
But also another time I saw him buried under the very corner of a building. And so it says, I'm unsure as to which, if either or both are correct. So both could be, like if they were looking, they would want to look both places. You know, if he wasn't moved at some point, he could have been put there and then moved to a corner. Like, I don't know. The place he was taken to where he was murdered at. And again, I'm saying he was murdered, but officially there's been no statement like that. And again, I'm talking about my vision, my dream, and it could be wrong. So Sebastian could come walking back in. Don't get mad at me. I'll be glad if that happens. Consider it on the level of a dream if you want.
Right.
But in my vision, it appeared to me a ranch-style home or dwelling. Could have even been prefab mobile home, but I think it was like an older house. It wasn't these nice, big, nice brick ones that these guys have.
Okay.
And then I was getting clues. So I was seeing honeysuckle flowers, right?
Yeah.
After that, I was seeing honeysuckle flowers all around a mailbox, like a decoration. Now, that's the kind of thing where I say visions are like charades. So if you imagine what I'm doing, it's like
Okay.
sitting there playing charades. Everyone's played charades at Christmas, right? And one person's up there trying not to use words and to show you. Really doing some of these readings is like playing charades. So after that, people are like, did you know the street behind their house is named Honeysuckle?
That's
You
what I
know,
was saying. Yeah.
and it could be that that's important, or, you know, it could be something else. It could be that there's actual honeysuckle flowers around the mailbox. Like, that's the thing you don't know until you're kind of like either in the area driving around, or you're, you keep an open mind on that.
Like it's subject to interpretation, kind of. Like,
And if somebody has, and a lot of people have psychic ability, so if somebody has psychic ability, listen to what they say they see, and then listen to how they interpret it. And if you were sleuthing any psychic, if you were sleuthing it, you might want to take a piece of paper and literally like draw a line down the middle of the paper and say what they saw, how they interpret it, maybe a third line that says other possible interpretations. That would be the way to work on it.
I'm going to try something interesting here.
Gotcha.
So I saw that the dwelling was on a curved road.
Okay.
So it wasn't a straight road. And to do with that too, I also saw, like, if you made a Z and you stretched out the Z, so it's not exactly a Z, it's like stretched out and then curved it off, it's like that road. It's like this. On the way there, not right at the house. The house was on a curve, but on the way there, it's like that.
Okay.
And then up ahead from the house, there was either a gas station or other type of business. I don't know how far ahead, but because at first I was going, boy, this is out in the boonies. But of course, remember, I'm in California where you have no privacy from your neighbors. And I thought, oh, God, this is like the middle of nowhere or whatever. But up ahead, there was a business, and I thought it was a gas station.
And I want to say real quick, it seems like you zeroed in on a gas station a few times. Is that right, Donna?
Yeah. They've showed me a gas station a few times.
Okay.
And then I go back to the murder again, and I'm saying, saw one of the men involved in what I saw to be a brutal murder. Yeah. The man was punching Sebastian over and over and was a hands-on part of the murder. Now, that wasn't necessary.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was just cruel.
Overkill. Yeah.
Well, it was cruel.
Yeah, right.
You want to get rid of your autistic kid.
Put the soap bubbles.
You want this person eliminated. Is it really necessary to torture them ahead of time? Like,
put soap bubbles on the resin.
Okay, so I saw again one man put Sebastian in a headlock, and so if these are my visions, if they're correct. One man put Sebastian in a headlock. The defining characteristic of this man was that his front tooth jutted out.
Like, okay.
I first saw a man eating a corn cob, then a piece of corn stuck on his tooth, then a piece of popcorn, and I just knew there was an issue with one of his two front teeth.
Okay, and then it will make...
So I didn't know the characters in this case or anything at this point. I just knew about this man looking for his kid. This man was active and present during the entire murder. I saw Sebastian running through a wooded area, become disoriented, fall to the ground. His clothing was taken and burned. Sebastian was wrapped in clear plastic or plastic tarp and buried in a fetal position.
Yeah.
A female was also present on the property during the murder, but she stayed in the house. At one point, the popcorn tooth man went inside and talked to her.
Do you recall what they talked about? Could you hear that?
They didn't. They just, I think they wanted me to know she was there. Because all I saw was them talking. Okay. She didn't seem to have any problem with what was going on at all. It was more like plotting type of stuff. But I didn't hear the conversation.
Okay.
And then here I write, I cannot remember, but she was going to leave, or they were conversing about something related to what was going on. The woman had zero problem whatsoever with what occurred. Then the woman had brunette hair, so it wasn't Katie Proudfoot there at the moment.
Okay.
And then remember, I saw the little girl about 7 or 8. And see, at that time, I was under the impression that this Faith child was 5. But people wrote to me and said, oh no, Faith is 7 or 8. However, there's other little relatives that fit that description too. But I saw a little brunette girl, just that she might be a witness to something. Like,
Right.
I'm not positive. It's like, okay, this is another thing on these readings. It's like a foreign language. So they'll show me opacity. So some things are stronger in opacity and some things are weaker. And that means she could have been there at a different time. She could have been privy to something. She could have seen something, but she's some sort of witness. We just don't know. And so I'm not saying that the little girl was there during that, but she could have been, or else she knows something.
Okay. That's funny that you mentioned this, because I was just about to say, Donna, I think I remember you talking about a little girl, and then you came right out and said it. So you answered my question before I had to ask you.
Yeah. And then I saw an Allen wrench, whatever that is, and I don't remember. It could be a shape or a name. So you could look at names Allen, or streets. It could be names, person, place, thing, business, or it could be just the shape of. And the very dark green truck flashed again after the Allen wrench. So I think that's noticeable just to keep in mind. So it really is, it's not the same as the physical world. It is really interpreting. You could have psychic abilities, but then you also got to interpret these clues, and it is really a foreign language. And when people have these abilities, that's where they'll be wrong. So
that's so funny that she says it like a foreign language. That's how I describe the tarot reading. That's so crazy. That's the same way I've tried explaining it. So what this does is it puts like this, let me see if you guys can see this here. A bubbly, texture on the top, and you'll see how this works out as I go along. Okay, it's a process here.
That's what I said is, like, if you're listening to someone saying, okay, she's seeing this, and then what else could it mean too?
That's for sure.
Okay, so I was shown the sky above the house several times before I mentioned it, and that tells me there may be a name like sky, or some other way they're trying to get me to look at the sky. But when I do look, then I see this chimney with smoke coming out, right? So smoky mountains or chimney top mountains.
Okay.
But I'm seeing from this house, I'm seeing mountains in the distance. So is this in the foothills? Is this in the mountains, or is this in the flatland town where you can see, but then you kind of know that you're at the right place because back in the distance you see the mountains, and off to the right side of, like, if the house is sideways to the road and it's on a curve, and say you're looking at that sideways thing from the street, back behind there, you'll see some mountains, and to the right, you'll see some mountains.
Okay, gotcha.
And that clue might only help law enforcement if they listen. Only if they, if they already know a place and then see all these other things, then it'd be like, whoa, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I saw that mailbox with the honeysuckles, and then in the front yard of the property, I saw an old tractor parked.
Tractor part. Interesting. Okay.
Like, and I don't know the years of tractors, but I think 1930s, 40s, 50s, the super old, like it's a decoration. The interesting thing is, about a mile away, if you go down Honeysuckle and then you go take a left and you go down there, about a mile away on the corner on Google Earth, you see somebody has an old tractor.
Yeah. Okay.
On the corner of the property.
Okay.
And then you also see this place called Honeysuckle RV Park that also has an old tractor in there.
Is trippy.
And
Let me see. Oh,
go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, for some reason, you're always hitting on a certain industry that's tied to Mr. Popcorn Tube. which is the RV industry.
Correct.
That's bizarre.
And also, one thing I've noticed you got to beware is in different parts of the country, different things are popular. How many people, what if half the people with big, acreage put an old tractor, like that's a style of thing to do, because like in the Suzanne Morphew case, I was like, I'm getting a ghost town. Well, everywhere's a ghost town there around. Where they found her body is a ghost town, and where she died even is a ghost town. But so what I'm saying is, you just have to keep that in mind when you're looking that a lot of people might do that, and just because somebody has a tractor in the yard doesn't.
Okay.
Steadfast. Okay, then this word comes in. So sometimes words come in, right? And steadfast, I've never heard of that. Well, I did look it up, and there is a Steadfast RV repair. And I did look up the person on their blog. They were actually out of town the entire month of February.
Interesting.
They were gone. I don't know if they have I looked up, their house does not look like what I saw at all.
Okay.
And I don't want anybody to look them up and bother them, but I wondered, like, do they have other property that somebody might know about, or something like that? Or is it more than that? Like, someone named that repair service, but maybe there's other RV related things that are steadfast.
Okay.
All I saw was a bumper sticker on the side of a truck that said steadfast. That's how they gave me that word. And I don't know, I don't know any more about it. I did go as far as trying to track it down, though.
Okay.
So again, at least 2 men, possibly 3, were there for the murder, the beating and murder of Sebastian, if my visions are correct. Now, the word Maplewood or something Maplewood is a big clue. This Maplewood is in almost every little clip I have.
Areas except
this one is not to be dismissed, and this is the only thing I could not figure out what's going on. And I seem to see it in a conjunction with a flower box. Like, they show me a flower box, then I get Maplewood.
Okay.
And I looked it up, and I only find in Nashville maple stuff. But there's things that you don't see, you can't find on Google Earth. That's the thing. There could be a housing development, or it could be that someone used some neighborhood where they always used Maplewood trim when they built the houses 50 years ago or something like that. I don't know. But that Maplewood is a clue. It's a clue I have not been able to apply to anything.
It's an important one, it sounds like.
It is.
Important. Okay.
It is. It is important. And then I was getting Danny Boy, Danny-O, Danilo, and I don't know what that was, and I'll just leave it at that.
Right.
And then, let's see. Oh, during this reading, I felt compelled to say there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Yeah, I remember that, which was not something you would ever say.
I've never said that in my life. I would never use a term like that, talking about killing an animal. So maybe one of the people uses that term. I don't know.
Oh, interesting.
I thought it was weird, and someone wrote in, "How could you talk that way?" I felt compelled to say that,
Right.
And then I saw the beating again. I saw the ridge again. I saw the Maplewood again. So they showed me over and over. And then at some point I'm talking about a shape of a lake that like if you made an L and you were trying to find something, not in the lake, like if the fingers were water, it could be like right here or something where they buried them. But okay, so in the West Coast, all the lakes are either round or oval. They're not jagged. But here in Tennessee, if you look at the map, it's like these long bodies of water, and the whole thing is these things that do that. So that's not going to help you try to find them. It's just something to keep in mind.
Okay. Real quick, I didn't know this, but I had seen a clip this morning about the upcoming interview that Katie did that's supposed to air sometime today. And in the news clip I saw, they call that area by Katie and Chris's house, they call it Shekel Island, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Does that, maybe you should look at it sometime like on images and see if that does, anything familiar. But I also want to clarify real quick, because I know there's been criticism before in the past, like, oh, well, she looks at Google and blah, blah. It's like, yeah, because she sees these images in her mind and she tries to figure out what is she even looking at. Is that, you want to explain that for a minute, Donna?
Sure. My process, if I'm going to do a case, is if someone contacts me, then I don't have to do that. Often, if I'm interested to do a case, I'll have a feeling like the police are going to solve this within a couple days. Like, I don't need to do it. Yeah. So remember a couple of years ago, the little 5-year-old that was kidnapped out of her driveway by the UPS driver?
Yes, that was so cool.
I had been contacted by the mother's neighbor to do a reading like almost immediately. And I said, I am willing to do a reading if she wants me to, but the police are going to find her within a couple days. She's by the side of the road on a ditch not that far away. I told her that. And I didn't feel like I needed to do a reading because it is traumatic to go into that energy and see that. I knew they were going to find her. Other times I'll have this feeling like they're alive, like with this Hannah Kobiaski. It's like, I knew she was, remember I told you I could do a reading, but I feel like she's alive, right? Because it's like there's no emptiness, there's no pool. It's like, and then other times I'm like, oh my God, I need to do something because they might not find her or they might not find the person or something like that. And so say on the Idaho 4 case, it came on my home stream. I don't watch regular network television. But it came on my home stream. So I clicked on the article just to see how far they were in solving it or if there was something they needed to know or whatever. And then I just went to my room and started praying. So I try to know, actually it works better. Mediumship works better the less you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
At the beginning, it really does because it's when you see these things, people have imagination that could be similar. And the more gunk you put in it, which might not even be accurate, like the mainstream media is not accurate. You can't trust that. And it's better not to cloud your visions and it's better not to influence your vision. So I try to do at least one reading tapped in where I know very little. That's what I do. And then after I do that reading, with that information, I will then look around on social media, in Facebook groups or whatever to see if I can confirm 2 or 3 things, because the spirits will give me information that's already out there, but that I just didn't know. And so it doesn't matter if anyone believes that or not. It's irrelevant. What it tells me is, okay, I'm tapped in. That's a good read. And then I feel comfortable to put it
very cool.
I also have done reads on cases that when I sense it's a self-done, that I don't put up, like Nicole Bully and stuff like that. And the lady who immolated herself and stuff like that. I don't put those ones up.
Right.
Because I don't want people to go to that place,
Yes.
So then, because I have a criminal justice background and I'm very interested in criminal psychology and investigations, not just mediumship, I am interested in that. I will then begin looking for what these clues might apply to.
Right.
But like I said, the first reading I try to do clean with no information. And some people, when they say, don't you know this is going on? Haven't you heard this? And it's like, no, I try not to know too much.
Right.
Because if I do another reading, I want to be some clarity in my own mind where I'm not trying to fit things together and I'm not trying to be influenced by what's out there in the public domain.
Yeah, and I've noticed that too. Like a lot of times there'll be some big information that's come out and then I'll try to talk to you about it and you're like, oh no, what's going on? Like you don't have time. You're just doing your own thing. And I think people need to understand that what you pick up most of the time, it seems like it's psychically.
Yeah, and I'm helping other people. Like I guess Alex Kruk is a missing young man. I've talked to his sister several times. I did a reading for her. I've talked to other families of victims that have contacted me. And part of it is of not putting it up is I just am not that great at making videos. You know, I feel kind of embarrassed like a kindergartner. So I'm just like, I just do readings for people, you know.
Which helps a lot, I think.
Yeah, helps them, and I'm willing to try it. So like, if you guys are out there and there's a case that's caught your attention, you can give them my email address, and I might be able to help them. And I would put up more, like if I had a person that did all that I just did the reading and they could deal with it, I would do that.
That's what we need to find for you, Donna, is the right staff to help with that part.
Yeah.
Because if we could make your life easier, do you think you could be more active on YouTube if you had more help?
Yeah. So I had planned with the Tylee Ryan case, obviously I earned the reward. I had planned on taking that money, renting an office and trying to get people in there to make a team. Yeah. But that did not work out. So it's just me. And I also, like I said, I'm doing readings, but I'm just not that technical. I mean, you see me panicking. I'm like panicking. I'm trying to do my own live streams and just panicking and at the technical part. You know, it's not being in front of people that bothers me. It's the technical.
It's all the other stuff. It's like a 3-ring circus for me. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, and well, with the computer programs, you either know them or you don't.
Yes.
Like, I want to take some free classes and learn how to make videos and stuff.
Oh, me too.
Let's see. Yeah, it's beating Maplewood, the shape. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else. Here it says, I've seen this flashing in many of these recordings from my notes. I cannot see where this particular reading is. However, my notes state, and I've seen this in multiple readings, I see Sebastian folding his arms. He's angry about something. He's stomping or going up a street. He's diverting into some wooded area, and he's being disoriented and falling to the ground. Now, I don't know how that fits in with the beating and stuff. I don't. I think later we might find out more, but I think there's probably a lot of information held back.
Yeah, and I want to say real quick, from my experience on following the work you do, I feel like you always pick up information that happened preceding the killing part. Like you always pick up this background detail that's always very interesting. So I wonder if where you're saying he's really mad, he's got his arms crossed, he's really angry. Like I wonder if that was a fight like 24 hours before. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. And am I seeing it blending? There's another thing called blending. Okay. So sometimes you might see flashes of different things, and sometimes they're doing that to show you how they go together, but it can also be confusing. And that's where I spent 5 hours, you guys. I spent 5 hours on 3 different days looking for the original reading, because I haven't even the first night when I uploaded what the audio said, because my computer was broken. Like, there's always little clues, and things matter in trying to interpret a reading, because it's the order. It's like they could if they show me the same thing over and over again in like a triangular pattern, I know all these things are connected. Right. And there's been a few comments, like some people will go, why do you repeat yourself? Why do you do this? And, well, that's the reason they show me. So it's like even in the Tylee Ryan one, I didn't know. First, I started the reading with Tylee, and then all of a sudden, there's this man there. I didn't even know they knew each other. It's like, there's this man, and there are hitchhiker spirits who will try to come in sometimes. So it's like, and he's going like, I've been shot, like he's holding his stomach or holding his chest, or like, and I'm like, Charles. Yeah, and I never heard of Charles Vallow at that point. I had just seen the missing person of Tylee, and I'm like, who the heck is this guy? And he won't shut up. He just keeps talking, and I'm trying to talk to the girl, and I literally told the man to shut up. And I said, listen, I'm talking to this teenage girl. I'm trying to help her. And when she's done, if you want my help, I'll listen to you. Right? That's how I was. So it's like halfway through, finally he gets a turn, he's saying it. But then all of a sudden they start swirling all these murders together into like a knot, into a jumbled knot. Yeah. And so it's like, I applied, like I see someone come in the house and get shot and fall to the ground, and I'm still thinking this is all about Tylee. And it's like, and I even told the guy I didn't trust him. Like, I'm like, I'm going to look this up after. And if what you're telling me, if I can verify what you're telling me, then I'll make it public. And this is Charles Vallow I was talking about. So after the reading, then I'm looking up and I'm like, oh my God, there's like this ex-husband that's dead too. And then when the news showed, it was like there was multiple things in my reading that matched what he told me. And one was the black and white floor in the house they were renting. And that's an example of how they'll show me little things that might not matter to other people, but that tell me, yes, I'm connected correctly. I'm getting accurate information, and it's solid enough to put out there.
Yes, 100%. As a matter of fact, now that you talk about that reading, I'm pretty sure that I heard that around the same time I heard your main reading, the first one about Tylee. I think I clicked on that next because I had to click out of the first one. It was too gruesome. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. This lady's a nut. And then I went to your next one, and I'm hearing about the black and white tile. I'm like, that's weird because, there was something reminiscent.
About 2 weeks after I put that up, they released some body cam, and it showed the body cam of the police going in there, and there was black and white tile.
Right.
And so I was like, that's good. Yeah.
I totally forgot about that. Yeah. That's why.
So all those things happen, and that's why a reading is like a foreign language. Like there's another thing where if you try not to see what they're showing you, they might just try to show you anyways. But what's happening, it's like a conveyor belt, right? Of these scenes you're in. And if you try not to see and like refuse, like, some nights I just can't deal with seeing where a body is or something. And so I'm like, no, they try to shove it in there. They try to shove it, and it all gets jammed together. So it's like a foreign language.
Okay. I believe
that's cool. So it gives it like,
so let's see, where's there more?
Do you mind if I play real fast on a clip that I found very interesting from what you sent me?
Sure.
So that you could explain what you make of it? Okay. Just 1 second. Let me pull it.
I see him calling a friend, and the friend has a truck. So I'm seeing the truck. It has a rack. I don't know if that's the proper word, but it's like a rack. Looks like the frame for a canopy. It's not a canopy, but like the frame that on work trucks, sometimes they have that frame that goes up, and then people hang equipment off it. It's like all the way around. A truck like that. That's what I'm seeing. Okay, so I'm seeing him put in a hole, and I'm seeing translucent construction workers. That's what I wondered about, because there's always been talk from the get-go about, construction zones and construction workers and stuff. You just talked about, do you think there's any relation to that construction site that was by the house? What do you make of that?
I don't really know, but I do know that the very dark green truck flashes after the word Allen wrench.
Okay.
And that there was that frame on it that construction workers sometimes have where they hang stuff.
So that's really cool.
Yeah. Like if you were a pool person, you might
like
hang your stuff.
Like a rack. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I do know that, and see that's what I'm talking about, translucent. So say in the Summer Wells case, I saw a translucent steamboat.
Yeah.
Okay, and then later looking through Candace's photos of when she took her kids to WonderWorks, there's actually, they took a photo, and there in the sign is a not translucent, there's a big billboard of a steamboat.
Yeah, that was weird.
And this is where I'm saying I'm seeing the predator there to look at Summer, right?
Yeah.
So that's when they show me something translucent, I know it's going to be something like that. So like also an example is Dulce Alaves. I saw a translucent train, and it turned out when I located the place I believe she was brought to, there was a kitty corner. Someone had taken one train car and turned it into a hot dog stand.
Huh.
You see, so it wasn't an actual train.
Right.
And then I also saw a sailboat on a bay. And I kept trying to tell these people that were sleuthing it that that doesn't mean it's a literal sailboat, because then they wouldn't listen to me. They would only go to the bays. And it turns out the empty warehouse that I found where I believe this missing child was brought to, across the street on the pillar was a mosaic of a sailboat on a bay. And like every single thing from my reading I found with a 360-degree view around, but the level of translucency that they show me when they're doing that also helps me interpret what it might be.
Right. Okay.
You see?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And then I just want to see if there's any that I didn't go about. The other couple men that I saw present, again, I'm not positive it was one or two, but I think there was a couple other present. I didn't see their faces. It's just the one with the tooth and the woman in the house.
What do you guys think she means?
And I saw her, but I have an idea who that is, but I'm not actually 100% sure.
Okay.
Like, it could be her or her daughter. I don't know. It's one of them, though.
Right.
Okay. And I have my guess, but I'm not even sure enough to, like, make a call on that.
Yep.
But I know she was there. I know she knew. I know she was part of it. And I know she didn't bother her. These people are just really vicious people.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I'm just trying to see if there's any. Yeah. And then, okay, so on that chart I sent you,
Yes.
I'm sure the arch was about that kid who fell in the river. Because I'm seeing an arch that looks like under a bridge, but I don't see the top of the bridge. But then when I listened to it again, was his name Riley Gaines? I can't remember.
That was
Yeah.
his name. Yeah.
So I'm sure that 99% applied to that, and it's possible the Indian and turquoise could apply to that too. I don't know though. I don't know what that applied to. Which reading? See, it's like ideally I would be able to have the time just to sit there and organize all this stuff and do more readings, but I try to answer emails and try to make a video and
right.
and do more readings for people. And I am not doing. Okay, let's see. Yeah, those are basically the things. This Maplewood thing is definitely in there though.
It's a real question mark, I think.
And the beating is in everyone. The blunt force trauma is in everyone, and the people involved is in all of them.
Horrible.
Yeah.
So one of these clips, and I don't think maybe we did briefly touch on this already, but you said Sebastian's mad, and it's like he gets into a fight with mom, and then he takes off out the door. I think you question, you say, is he going to hitchhike? Do you remember you said that, Dawn?
Yeah, and that's what confuses me. Like, did he take off? And this had to have been all planned, carefully planned with all these people. So, but did something like this happen?
Like days before?
Yeah, like, especially, or even the day, like she said, oh yeah, in a couple hours, so-and-so is going to pick you up and you're going to go with them. And then they got in a fight, and I don't know because it's like one scene and then another scene, and I actually don't even have the original. Yeah. I don't have the original reading. I just know that I saw what led to his death. If my visions are correct again, if my vision, I'm not telling people not to hold out hope, but what I am telling people is the focus needs to be on figuring out where all those people were the entire night, and then locating probably the remains. So they go to prison. The point of it is, like, if someone says, well, why is she talking about this? Why not give up hope? I'm saying these people need to go to prison. We need to see the news with 5 mugshots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
Conspiracy. Mm-hmm. Right.
Oh, and one of them, someone said, are they going to get arrested? Well, check this out. And one of them, I'm saying that the police do have an idea of this, and they even have some ideas of where to look. And that they're just waiting for a little more evidence or something. I don't know. Well, I think they have. I can't see that this group of idiots, all agreed and didn't bring their cell phones. And the reason I say that is, why would you make the kid disappear on the anniversary of your divorce. Come on, Katie, come on.
That's a trip. And it's like, obviously something big happened, because you think about things done in secret. You want to stay under the radar. You're going to do them at night, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to park a car right there in front of the home where cameras can get it. It's just like everything was done so deliberately, so well thought out, so carefully crafted, every part of it.
Yeah. So, I mean, in that case,
Yeah.
if they may have used burner phones, but it's like, how does Kathy Bowersox happen to run into Katie Proudfoot at 5 or 6 in the morning after Sebastian's missing? She just happens to be, Kathy Bowersox just happens to be in the neighborhood at 5 or 6 a.m.
Well,
to go back.
Yeah.
Tell
From what I
me.
understand, I think she came to the home very shortly after they report Sebastian missing. But I have heard what you're talking about too.
Oh, so you're not sure? Are we not sure?
That's been speculation. It could be true. I don't know personally, but I do know that she was at the house.
I was trying to get. I didn't like the black, but I.
Yeah, and why is she up? Why is she even up at 5 or 6 in the morning over in that neighborhood?
I know. And you know what I have a huge problem with, Donna, is like these individuals we are talking about cryptically, somewhat cryptically, they don't ever talk about Sebastian on Facebook. If somebody's important to you, somebody in your family is vanished, wouldn't you be just like constantly putting their flyer out, putting pictures of them? Oh my gosh, please spread the awareness, something. There's no mention. It's like radio silence.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah. Instead, Terry Bowersox goes into the Sebastian Facebook group on a regular basis and insults anybody who talks about Sebastian. He also insults all YouTube creators. He insults anyone trying to solve this case.
Yeah.
Why are you trying to stop people from solving this case? And
another thing I have a problem with is the trip to Alaska, like within a week of Sebastian disappearing. What's so pressing that you have to take off while your whatever you want to call grandson, we'll just say grandson, is missing? Like nothing's that important. I cannot imagine my mom dipping out, leaving town while my son or daughter's missing. That it doesn't compute. It doesn't make sense.
The way it makes sense is if we leave town, they can't question us while we still have a bunch of adrenaline in our body, and they might pick up on our nervousness. So we're going to leave town until we've calmed down and we can get it together to share our fake story or whatever.
I agree. And there are certain people in the drama community that do nothing but drum up shit, for lack of a better word, about this case. And the thing is they're sycophants for the Proudfoots, but then they know they're being used to get the narrative out that the Proudfoots want out. So in other words, they're just kind of used as little pawns or whatever. And
because they're getting super chats, they're getting memberships, they're making, they can make $1,000 on a live stream.
Absolutely.
Okay. And if they have such little moral value, you should unsubscribe and not be a member, because Seth is a victim. He's looking for his son. Sebastian is a victim. Why these callous, cruel people are trying to encourage that, and I'm talking about his family, right? They're trying to encourage everyone to look everywhere except at them. And, even look at Bullhorn Betty. It's like people like her or they don't. I don't even care. Why they get a restraining order? It's like, I saw her video. That guy got out of his car, Terry Bowersox, and tried to intimidate her. And it's like, why should there be a restraining order against her? She's got some serious kahunas to go there and deal with these things. I don't know what's going on now. I know that was a few months ago. Oh, this is what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
So for any of the people who are afraid of saying what they think, because the Bowersox want to file lawsuits against everyone who talks about them, let me tell you this. If someone files a civil lawsuit against you, you have certain rights, and they have no Fifth Amendment. So You have the right to send something called interrogatories. You can send unlimited questions. They're required to answer if they want the lawsuit to continue, which is they could send you over 100 questions and you have no choice. You have to answer all of them truthfully. If you get caught lying, it's going to get tossed. If they don't answer them, it's going to get tossed. So in ways, if they did file a lawsuit against Bullhorn Betty, if they filed an actual lawsuit, she can turn around, use that to her advantage, send them a couple hundred questions. Okay. Have you ever bought a burner phone? Where were you at 4 a.m. that day? Et cetera, et cetera. And then if it comes out anything wrong, that lawsuit's going to get tossed. But beyond that, you get a second thing. It's called a deposition. You can sit there across the table. You can even say you're representing yourself, and you can deposition them for 1 day, 2 days, 8. I sued the man who killed my brother. Okay, that's how come I know about this. And they sent me all these interrogatories where I have no choice. My dog's under the table pulling the table. They sent me them. I know all about it. I've been involved in lawsuits before. And the thing that I did when they knew the person who shot my brother in the chest, but they said there wasn't enough evidence for court because the reality is the Spokane prosecutors told me they could only afford to prosecute 1 or 2 cases a month. They know my brother was murdered. They know who did it, but they said we have to pick the couple where we're gonna more likely to get conviction. Like that's the reality of the injustice system for victims.
Totally.
And so I filed a civil lawsuit, and in a civil lawsuit, there's no Fifth Amendment right to be silent.
Yeah.
If you're accusing them of a crime, they can lawyer up and say, I don't have to answer. If you're in a civil lawsuit with them, they have to answer. So I don't know who they filed a civil lawsuit against, if anybody, some YouTuber, or was it Bullhorn Betty? I don't know. All I know is use it to your advantage. Contact me. I will help you with the questions that you need to send them as an interrogatory.
That's so
all of
interesting.
them.
I'm glad you're telling us about this because I
honestly,
okay.
So there's one thing you don't want to like accuse somebody of something, because it's just not right. But the other time, I just heard, I don't watch most of these other YouTubers' live streams.
Yeah.
Just because it's so many hours and I'm working on other cases too and stuff like that. But I just heard whispers that there's some kind of legal stuff like, oh, they're threatening to sue anyone who talks about them and stuff like that. Well, trust me, if they filed anything against you, contact me because I'll help you put together a couple hundred questions for them.
That would be really something, wouldn't it? Wow.
Yeah, it would be. Okay, sorry.
I love when you start doing the drops of knowledge without being so overt, but yet you're overt about it. It's so funny.
I try to restrain myself. I am actually a real reverend, and I just haven't been super active at church, and I think it shows. And doing all these murders, kind of like, I think even with Lori, it's like all of a sudden I was swearing again. I'd quit swearing, and I was all proud that I'd gotten this all love in my heart. And then I do the Lori Vallow case, and I'm like, it's just like you see a child murdered. No matter who you are, you can get pretty darn angry.
I can't even imagine how you channel these, right? Because I personally don't think I could stand
another bubble right there.
Be harmed in any way. So how you do it is amazing.
This brings to a point is the spirits, the angels and the spirit guides, and when on the Lori Vallow case, what they told me was part of that proof was okay. There's finding the body. I'm getting chills now. I forgot about this.
Yeah,
the spirit lady at the beginning of this. With Tylee Ryan of Lori Vallow's daughter, told me that half of what I was doing was to make sure the bodies were found, and half of what I was doing was to prove the afterlife. Yeah. So the spirit people want everyone out there to know that they're there, that you all have spirit guides, you all have angels, and what they do when I go to do a reading is they just surround me in loving energy. And it's so when I'm seeing this, it's not usually traumatic. It's more after I listen to it. After it's over and I listen to it and I'm like, and then I'm seeing it in my mind again. That part's a little traumatic.
Okay.
But the while I'm doing it, it's I'm being bathed in their energy. The energy of the heavenly realm is just like peaceful and loving, and so that's why it's from the spirit people.
Okay, which makes it more tolerable.
However, I had a mental breakdown after watching Audrey because she looked so much like my daughter. I did. I bawled my head off for 2 days for Audrey, and I kept crying, and I was so panicky, I couldn't even edit the reading, and then I was crying and begging them to never show me a child murdered again.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
So
I think I saw a lot about Sebastian, but I didn't see his actual last breath.
Okay. Gotcha. Wow. It's intense.
Let's see here.
You talked about the truck. Do you feel that if you saw this truck that like there was something so notable about it, you could?
Yeah, it didn't look like a news truck. I can't remember anymore. Like there's some things I can't remember actually independently. It seemed like a little bit older, like a construction worker, and they could have taken it off by now. I just felt like there was a connection between that truck and the property where they took Sebastian to.
Yeah.
Not that they took him in the truck.
Okay.
But it was more like a feeling of rather than seeing.
Okay.
Do you see? So there's levels. There's like where you see it or where you feel it or whether you just wonder, like that.
Yes. And I think that Allen wrench thing is important. Like the name, maybe? Is that what
it comes up? It comes up. I don't even know what an Allen wrench is. It comes up right before the truck. Let me see what an Allen wrench looks
like. So maybe the owner's name is Allen. Or
it could be. It could be, and it could be related to the name of a street someone lives on. It could be related to the shape of something. I mean, I don't know.
Try another one.
I don't know.
What was that street, Diana? Hold on. In the Lori Vallow case, you kept saying it and saying it and saying it, but you didn't know it was a street. What was
that? Pisses me off so bad.
Yeah.
It was Trapper Lane. Trapper. So the Trapper didn't come through in the first 2 readings I did by myself. And then one of the family members in the Lori Vallow case contacted me. And every single reading after that, the Trapper looked like a Daniel Boone. I mean, I'm like, like with the whole thing, with the hat, with the furs, pulling a sled of furs. And I'm like, oh, and there comes the Trapper right across the scene, every single reading, right? And during that time, when I was trying to sleuth the case, I literally have talked on the phone with almost every neighbor in Chad Daybell's neighborhood.
I know you have. Yeah.
And none of them told me that just the first street from Chad's house is called Trapper Lane.
So trippy.
But what infuriates me is it's not on Google. So I could spend as much hours as I want on Google, and legally that name was changed to a number.
Right.
But after it was over, somebody sent me a photograph of the sign that is still left up, and it says Trapper Lane. And they said all the locals still call it Trapper Lane, even though the government changed it to a numbered street. Mm-hmm. And so that was a major clue where if I was going to work on a case, if I got on a plane within a week or so and flew to the area, I would have just been, boom, 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 like that, instead of spending, 3-4 months doing readings like that.
I know. And you did so many for that case, like at least 12, I think, right?
Something like that. But a lot of readings I did for that. So but it didn't show up as a street, right? It showed up as this Daniel Boone character walking across every time.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, isn't that strange? But that's important in understanding, and I think it's a great example in understanding how to apply the clues.
I totally agree. And that's why I bring it up is like, you're saying these things like Maplewood and Steadfast, these very notable words. Okay. So somehow they fit into the equation. It's a matter of where and how that we don't really know.
Right.
But Donna could figure it out, I think.
Well, law enforcement could figure it out, like
And law enforcement, yeah.
especially the FBI, because they have, I think, pretty advanced ways of seeing where people's cell phones were.
For sure.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, you know what? We were talking at the beginning of the live stream about you wanted me to play some clips, right? I did do some screen recording, and this was an interesting thing that came up about 2 months ago. And a lot of the people listening might already know about this, but whatever, you'll listen to it. So what it is there were a number of people on a live stream right before Christmas, and there's a guy whose channel, he was the channel owner, and his name is Elevated Truth, and he had a bunch of panel guests on, and he was talking about the different discrepancies and stuff in this case, in Sebastian Rogers' case. And so he started talking about a point in time where Chris had sort of mocked the fact that his Wi-Fi system from his truck had somehow like evaded the geofencing that was done in the area.
Wow.
So I want to play this clip for you.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I want to hear that. I haven't heard it before.
Yeah, let me make sure. Let me mute out just 1 second. I want to make sure this is the best one. Hold on 1 sec, okay?
Okay, so we got
what we're doing up here.
Okay.
Right. The point of this situation is that all of the
If somebody could put his channel in for me, Elevated Truth.
Putting shit behind the scenes for creators to talk about needs to stop it. Chris and Katie need to stop it.
Well, hold on. We'll stop there because we ain't putting stuff out behind the scenes.
Bullshit.
Chris, can I? What
Chris, don't put me in this position. Don't do it. Do not pull my man card, Chris.
I don't know what that
Don't pull my
means.
man card and put me in this position.
I ain't pulling anybody.
oh my god.
I'm gonna ask you one more time. Do not put me in this position.
Well, the way you're making it sound is a little odder than it may be true. So maybe instead of getting like that with him, because he may not know what you're referring to, because to be
Yes, he does.
but it's for Sebastian, right?
I'm not up here to have an issue with you, Chris. I just sat here and said, I don't think you have anything to do with the disappearance of your stepson. But do not put me in the position of you saying that there's not shit being pushed behind closed doors when you know damn well there has been.
I don't know if I like
Oh,
that.
hang on. I'm getting a phone call. Let me X out of it. Okay, hold on.
Let me see if I maybe
Is
that.
it still going?
I'm gonna tell you right now. There ain't a thing out there that we're afraid of. Hold on. This isn't about fucking size. Once again, when all these creators get past it and finally focus back on Sebastian, this might go somewhere, but it won't go anywhere. Everybody got different narratives out. It needs to be out there. We all agree on that.
Right? Includes everybody.
Includes so come at me sideways. Sideways.
It's hard to hear.
Proof. It's proof. It's plain and simple.
Well, that's Chris. No one is
Proof. People. Proof. That's the difference.
about what?
Whatever it is. If y'all want to come out and say some shit, say it.
Who said, what are you worried about someone saying? Like, no.
Hey, MFQB.
You all have your little riddle ways of putting shit out.
Confusing us with different people. Never have we done riddles. I
Bring it out. Said some stuff about
Like what, Chris? Open it in.
the exact photo.
Excuse me. If you're going to accuse me on my phone, be willing to back it up. was it?
In regards to whether or not Katie was there or her going to the school looking for Sebastian.
You mean my question of why did Katie go to the school? Is it because Sebastian missed the bus and walked at some point? You're upset about
The way it was projected made it sound like the question, why did he even go to the school in the first place?
that. That's exactly what I was asking. Why?
The mother who has a son that goes to that school.
Right.
Wouldn't you go to the school and look for your kid?
Hard to hear that.
So
My question was, not my question was there a history of Sebastian walking to school, which is why she first thought, let me go to the school. Now, if you took that you deemed disrespectful, that wasn't what it was. It was why was her first thought go to the school? It's a simple question.
Right. And it's a simple, logical answer to think about, too.
Okay, so
It's
what,
like Monday morning. He was supposed to be in school. So, just like any other children. In fact,
I mean, from the rooftop.
and you're saying he's not.
Absolutely saying she is not screaming from the rooftop for her child.
What so happens behind closed doors?
From the rooftops, no one can hear her.
The problem is every time somebody comes out with something that says something, it gets twisted and turned in such a negative light. It doesn't matter who it is.
I just want to say, of course it is. They're the ones with a missing child. What are people supposed to think? Right?
Chris is really trying to control the narrative. He's trying to
Yes.
control what people talk about. He has made some bizarre statements over the past year. One of them being, "You'll never find him." Well, how would he know?
Yeah.
I think there's about 5 statements. I can't remember right now off the top of my head, but my mind's getting a little tired. But he's made some weird statements in the last year. So you're saying he said that he beat the geofencing.
Yeah, this is the clip where the creators are actually talking about it. Hopefully you guys can hear this okay, because some people are saying they couldn't hear it. Please let me know if you can hear it okay.
All right, guys. So I'm gonna bring Chris up. So here we go.
All right.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Hold on, is it
I
this clip?
don't think I understand what you're saying.
Okay, it's this clip. I'm sorry, guys.
You're saying that's why I'm talking. I'm sorry. I don't get it.
Okay.
supposedly Sebastian disappeared. You know, they go through and they check like all the Wi-Fi. There's only 2 Wi-Fi's that were came in that area and left the area. Like 2 open networks, 2 traveling Wi-Fi came in and left.
Okay.
Don, are you hearing this okay? Or is it garbage?
Yeah, it's pretty gargly.
Really? Oh, what a shame.
Yeah.
Okay, so to translate, what they're saying is there were 2 known Wi-Fi's that came in that area. And so, what's his name? Chris was sort of cocky and boastful about it. I guess at one point said, "Those mother effers didn't even know that my Wi-Fi was like in the area." It's something to that effect. And he was real braggadocious about it.
I know.
And it upset this guy. What's his name? Hold on. Elevated Truth is his name.
Yeah. You know, another statement he made was, if you guys knew what Sebastian was really like, you wouldn't even try to find him.
Yes.
What the
That is so troublesome. Something happened. There's something that happened that was big enough to make them say, okay, we have to put him in a different.
Yeah,
housing
because
situation,
probably
right?
he was being abused. In
And
that
you were
way.
never told
I
what that
mean,
situation was, were you, Donna? I know I wasn't told.
No, but on the noise out there on the internet, I don't know if it's true or not. Weren't they saying that they thought that Sebastian exposed himself to Faith or something like that?
There was
And
speculation. I don't know, though. I don't know.
yeah, and so I don't have any firsthand knowledge of it, but Yeah, they wanted to get rid of him. You know what? I'm getting a little tired.
I know, me too, Donna. How about this? So we were going to talk about Idaho 4, but we can always do that another time. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's almost 2 hours. So, and we
Absolutely.
don't want to drown out the actual
No.
information here. But yeah, Chris has made some strange statements in the last year for someone who's wanting to pretend they're innocent or to have people perceive him as innocent. He sure says some strange things.
It is. It's a lot of controlling what people are supposed to think, which doesn't sit well with the.
And that's what Ron Wells does.
So Terry Bowersock sounds like he tries to threaten that he's going to harm people.
Really?
Right? Because you have this one guy that's been walking around there. I've seen him on Facebook, but I don't know what his YouTube channel is.
Okay.
He's one of the people that lives in, or I don't know. He's all over. He said he's gotten death threats. All kinds of people have said they've gotten death threats, and you know, I think Terry Bowersock's jumped out of the car and came out trying to intimidate Bullhorn Betty. And,
right. Yeah.
You know, it's just
no. That's whack. That's truly
yeah.
whack. And there's a lot of control, I think, or attempted control.
They're going out of their way to try to control the narrative and trying to deflect onto Seth. So let's put it back to where was Sebastian when he went missing, and where were these 5 people all night long?
Mm-hmm.
That's okay.
And only the police really know. We're never going to know where all these people were all night, but these are the people.
Done yet.
And hopefully the FBI has all their cell phones and maybe knows more than we do.
Right. I agree.
Yeah.
Well, Donna, I'm
really
going to let you go. I'm not feeling the greatest either, but I want to say thank you so much for coming on today and talking about this. I know it's not easy to talk about.
So now,
but nobody does it better than you, in my opinion.
Thank you.
You do such a great job. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, Lauren. Thank you.
Thank
and thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you so much
really
for the audience here. And I missed a few little super chats that came along. I'm so sorry I wasn't able to get to them. It's just Donna was mid-sentence, and I don't want to interrupt her when she's going. But
oopsies. Remote viewing psychic messages. Never seen that. I'm just gonna check that out for a second. I probably won't be on here much longer. I don't know. We'll see.
Pisces, how you doing? Welcome to your remote viewing and
It's the same guy I watched it.
remote viewing and automatic writing, scribing, and channeling deceased loved
This
ones,
guy, but
and also messages of the future or past. Please stick in there because there's a lot that could come out at any
last time,
point.
if this is the same one,
I've just done a reading for you, and I said I was going to do this, and it was a lot to do with brief, and also grief, griffin, grief, also grieving. This is a new one. This didn't come up during the reading. Grieving the loss of a loved one. Grieving the loss of something that was very brief. Okay. Now, it may or may not be, but we'll get there. Some of you may be eating beef. You could be on a carnivore diet. Some of you could be looking at, oh, shit. Okay. Some of you, there may be curtains here. Now, if you're squeamish and you don't like me talking about sex, then move the fuck on, because I'm an adult and I don't find sex or anything like that dirty or disgusting. So if you do, then I'm not going to be for you here.
you should call
Okay.
I mean,
People say, why do you always say that? Because as soon as I say you, I think alchemy, Natalie, in you, Natalie. I'm not talking about her specifically. Okay. It's just the way I channel. It's like, I have a load of things and people in my head that represent names and numbers and things. So I'm picking up on someone's breasts here.
oh my,
Placebo, are the breasts and are the rest, and then I'm boxing clever. Days dawning.
okay,
Dawn, Dan, anybody that has got D in their name, Okay. But like somebody's breasts and their beef curtains. This could be someone's beef curtains and panani.
Yeah.
Okay. They could be showing things and they're like, whoop, cool, that was brief. Like that didn't last long.
Ew. Okay, let's see. Did I get this all? This one's gonna look even cooler than the other one, I think. More natural, like it's hard to explain. I'll have to list these ones too, because I think these people will like them. It looks fancy schmancy.
Great ideas can
I heard this was freaking insane.
With Wix.
I was doing everything you could tell, you can hear that you're lying and you're changing up your damn stories, and you could tell that you've seen everything. You were on FaceTime, you've seen it all. Just like Brad said y'all did. Just like she said you did. You did. You know, hey, I'm proud of you for reporting that. If you indeed reported it, praise God. Praise God that you were good enough to do such a
Oh my God. I can't even sit there and listen to PG sit there and get on people for reporting stuff when she didn't even report. I mean, I'd like to see proof of her reporting anything to law enforcement about Don Wilson. You remember when we tried to get her to show proof on my channel? Like, and then come to find out she never turned it in. She lied about. You guys all remember that? Yeah, it's hard for me to sit there and.
Hey friend, how you doing? Welcome to Soulvine. I felt like I had to do a little bonus read today. Like there's an important message that needed to come through. So I'm just going to get some Moonology cards. I know we've got the new moon coming up in the next 48 hours. The energy, you know, sits around for 3 days.
This one's going to be really pretty.
But,
oh my gosh,
you know,
I love it.
The potency. So this is a really good
This
time
is
to
so
get connected
cool.
into what you really want to plant seeds in. Maybe it's something even too that you've been wanting to do for some time. This is a really strong turning point, Pisces, and more than anything,
Let me show you guys
how
this.
much it's here to support you. So just remember that. Stay in a vibration.
You guys can't even
of,
see how
you know, high
awesome it looks.
frequency, positive thinking. When
see here.
negative thinking comes up, just acknowledge
There you
it,
go.
thank it, and bless it to go, and replace it with good thoughts. It's important to connect
How
to that.
amazing, right?
So we've got a time for healing. What do you need to release?
Makes it look like there's crystal in there.
And then the answers you need are
That's
coming
so
from
cool.
Gemini. Okay.
And that's from using soap bubbles
Wholesale jewelry with over 300,000
to make that texture.
Niheo Jewelry makes sourcing jewelry fast and easy.
It's
From trendy
so pretty.
designs to bestsellers, Niheo Jewelry
Here's the other one, but this one didn't. This one's cute, but
Niheo Jewelry is your ultimate destination for wholesale.
not like this other one. This one blends much nicer. It looks like it goes together so much better. Hey, Diana. Look at my letter A I made. How pretty is that?
Deliver your way and on your schedule with DoorDash. And earn more with new and more ways to dash. Now you can dash groceries.
I'm just going to put that here for now.
I made this bandit.
I feel like a time for healing is what you have been through
But
quite
I
significantly.
need something that
And
I can have
I feel
put
like
lettering
this
in
is
because
the tail end, if there's a tail end. I mean, we're always in a mode of healing, guys. You know, I think we're always growing, but at different levels, in different ways, whether it's spiritual, whether it's our skills, whether it's our mindset. There's different ways we're growing. And I feel like this is something
it's so nice.
yeah, that's been acknowledged. I think we all kind of know it's been a quite a healing time of late. And what do you need to release? I do feel like there may be just, you know, some things that we saw
be doing it right now
from the
because
past that
I
it's
haven't
time to
started.
just leave it where it is and keep stepping forward and
to
not
make
bring that energy or that person. I know with
So we don't want this spilling everywhere. I don't know what's going on here with my
Venus going in retrograde throughout March and into mid-April, that there may be energy of the past kind of coming in, like past relationships that their energy may be in your vortex or vice versa. But I think it's okay to acknowledge
really,
it.
really
But
pretty.
again, I think it's learning the patterns that do come in and how to manage that for yourself.
I'm gonna
And
make
as I
the
said too,
shakers.
with this on here, the answers you need are coming. I think this is, you know, information that will come towards
gonna make
you, or
a
something that you're wanting to accomplish or
a
work
wind
towards.
chime.
So I feel that's very, you know,
Not
very promising energy for what
right
you're
this second. I wanted to do it.
wanting to do next or going towards next. So let's get into it.
Saw this
Let's see
tutorial and was interested in
what the
trying
main
these out.
energies are. Okay, so 8 of inspiration. We had the 3 of voices. We've got the Hanged
I
Man
could try to. There's
and
a
then
little
the 10 of Cups.
where this bubble was, but
Let me just get some more so I can see the whole picture here. And
it is. It's just that I wish I could put writing on it. I need to find a way to put. My writing is not nice.
It's like the 9 of Wands. And then
So
we've got Ace of Emotions. Queen of Materials. Oh, we've got the Chariot as well as the Tower. It's kind of sideways. This is interesting because I feel right now I'm getting a couple of different messages here with the 8 of Inspiration. That's like the 8 of Wands, and then the 3 of Voices with the Hanged Muse. I feel like there's either some conversation that's going to occur or that has happened, or someone's like, it's either coming towards you or something that someone's experiencing around some form of communication. And
this is the wind chime.
With the communication, or they could be the desire of wanting to, waiting for someone to come in. So take what may resonate, but
it's like a sun and
I don't even know
of moon and stars hanging from it.
Yeah, I feel like there's just going to be some communication or some action that someone's going to.
I got some more of these on the way and a little bit more strings, so I can use this more than just once.
It's like trying to reflect or trying to look at again, like what makes
I think
you
it's best to use
all this situation. You know, how does this relate to the 10 of Cups for someone? Because
UV,
it
but
seems like with whatever information, news, or something that comes forward, it's at a crossroads here on what that is.
I have a mold like that somewhere. Maybe that was
contemplation or at a
so
standstill.
I do have a wind chime mold already, I think.
After some communication or action that's been taken. We do have the 9 of Inspiration and the Ace of Emotions, Queen of Materials with the Chariot. So I feel like someone is maintaining, you know, their strength and determination to move forward here with a new beginning. Because, I mean, this could be you hearing from someone from your past, and it may be
People are
bringing up,
impressed here with this.
good times, but when you really look at it, why do you want to go back to something that didn't work? Statistics show, I think only 18% of people last maybe a year when reconciling after a significant break, or someone has been with someone else and they come back around. I was looking at the data the other day. So, yeah, there's something here, some news or some information, but I feel like here with this Nine of Wands energy,
people everywhere are recommending GoodRx.
My neighbor showed me the Let me save on my kid's allergy pill.
GoodRx can save you a lot of money. Americans everywhere are sharing the savings. That's it. Save up to 80% on your prescription with GoodRx. Download the free app.
I feel like someone's still moving forward here for a new beginning. And the focus is more so on self, on stability, on their own growth. And that's what I feel someone is doing here. And you may be surprising someone in respect to that, oh, but I've reached out. I know that they care about me. I feel like you're just holding ground here.
Yeah,
And
we'll
really
make this
just moving
shaker.
forward with your life if you're getting an older energy come in, or someone's now seeing how great and wonderful you're doing, right? And trying to connect back in. And maybe it does stir up some emotion for you, but I think ultimately you really look at the situation for what it is and recognize your self-worth, your boundaries, your strength, and how far you've come. And I feel like you're just continuing on with this new beginning. You know that you can have amazing in your life. You can be emotionally connected, have a fresh start here, and do it from a place where you're feeling good about you, where you feel strength in what you're doing, who you are, where you're going, where you're planting your seeds, and just, supporting that fully for yourself. And I feel like that's what you're driving forward, but that's what you're driving home. This is Cancerian energy. We do have Mars that's gone direct in Cancer. So that's that determined energy that I feel is really firing up from you to really keep moving forward and building like a solid foundation around what is home to you. And I think you may be surprising someone in the mix of this. So this is potentially what you could be releasing. And maybe too, the closure, the answers that you needed around something are going to come through. Let's see if what's underneath this, more information that may be influencing. Find inspiration.
Okay. I want that one to kind of go over that way, but okay, I'm not going to.
We've got the King of Pentacles. Interesting how I've got the Queen of Pentacles here. Wow. So there's a major turn here, and then we've got the Wheel and the World energy. So there's something significant closing out here. You're moving to, and this is what the energy that's coming in with this new moon energy is, that you're moving to something pretty profound, okay? Something that, it's like the things that really needed to turn, the things that really need to be closed out. Maybe some of you, like I said, are getting closure or something, or you've decided that what you have that is enough in terms of the closure. It's just, it's like you're not caring as much anymore about something that hurt you because of time. I think the strength.
Great content needs a great audience. Like Stretch Armstrong needs to be stretched. Yeah!
With everything that's happened now that you've had a chance to look back.
Okay, so I'm still trying to...
What the fudge?
With everything that's happened now that you've had a chance to look back, what do you think should happen right now? What do you think should happen next?
Well, I probably ought to be put to sleep. I'm no longer any good to society. I killed my son.
This is the exact moment this 92-year-old woman, Anna Mae Blessings, realizes she has been caught for killing her own son.
Heavenly Father, I know what I have done, and I know it's a sin. I know what I did.
What the hell?
What I set out to do.
How the officers got to this moment was shocking enough. But what came next was probably unlike anything they'd seen before.
Yeah, it turned out really good.
Stop. Do not make any sudden movement. Do not make any movement. I will shoot you.
It started with a 911 call from Julie, Thomas's girlfriend, telling dispatchers that he had been shot.
Just shot her son. She's got another gun and she's gonna shoot me. Get away! Get away! Ah! She's got the gun. She's got the gun. She's got the gun right at me. I'm afraid I don't want to shoot her. Help me! Help me! Oh my God. Her son's dead. I think. Me too. She's gonna kill me. She's gonna kill me. She comes. She's coming for me. No, don't you dare, Ann. Don't you dare.
When officers arrived, she ran out to meet them, frantic, yelling a warning.
She still has the gun.
She has the gun.
Were you the one on the phone?
Yes, there's another gun on the floor on the other side of the back bedroom door. I was waiting to get that one. We had a report on police that there were two guns in the house and she was going to shoot us. And you couldn't do anything. Mother
And?
is frightened. Anna Blessing.
Why did she do this?
She hates him. He hates her. We moved her after a year ago. They don't tell. 748 orders WL 3265 station 45.
As the officers entered the room and called the name of their 92-year-old suspect, Anna.
Anna, Maricopa County Sheriff's Office.
There was just silence.
Anna, Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. I need you to put the gun down now.
And that's unsettling because they know she's in there. Is she waiting for them? Is she armed? Is she even alive?
Anna, Sheriff's Office. Anna, can you hear us?
Anna.
Anna, Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. I need you to put the gun down and come out with your hands up. 743, we're inside. However, we can't get her to come out and put the gun down.
748 you're inside. Can't get her to come out.
Anna, put the gun down! I need you to walk toward us with your hands up in the air. Anna.
I didn't do a very good job mixing these colors around.
Anna, I know you can hear me. I need you to put the gun down and walk out toward me. Anna, then if you don't have the gun, can you walk out in the living room with your hands up in the air?
Thomas Blessings, her 72-year-old son, is already gone. Shot twice by the very woman who raised him.
Dang.
He's gone. Check the pulse. Sir, can you hear me?
They push forward, clearing the house room by room.
She says we can come into the bedroom. She's not walking out. You want to go any closer? Anna, this is what I need to do. I need you to come to me. I cannot come to you. I need you to come to me with your hands in the air.
Until finally, they spot her.
Anna! Keep your hands where I can see them. No sudden movements, you understand? You understand me? Go right. Okay, you got her? I got her. I'm going right. I got this one. You want to go with him? Okay, bathroom to my right, Jones. Check bathroom. Got it. Clear. Okay. I got the pistol. You drop your right.
Make this.
Is just sitting there in a chair, completely still.
Anna, you alright?
use this as black, I think. Or wait, here we have some black.
Where's your gun?
We'll put that
Okay.
in there.
Is there anybody else in the unit? Is there anybody else here? Julie's outside. You're here. Your son is here. Is there anybody else here? Okay. Just watch it for a second.
Despite her frail appearance and old age, Anna Mae Blessing still managed to shock the officers in a way they probably never expected. Even at 92, Anna was still unpredictable.
Any sudden movement. Do not make any movement. I will shoot you.
They finally arrested her and brought her to police station, where she was kept for about 4 hours before the detective finally came in.
Can you imagine at 92 years old?
Blue chair. Let me turn it around for you. There you go. Let me see your hands.
Where did I put mine?
Get these off of you. There's some more.
There we go.
Can I have a tissue?
Absolutely.
A tissue.
What happened to my gum?
Oh, well, Deputy Bowers has it.
What happened to my what?
Just carried that and your stimulator in here, okay? You want to throw that tissue away?
Pardon?
I got a trash can right here if you want to throw that tissue away.
I gotta have some more to replace it.
There's a whole box right there.
Huh?
There's a whole box right there.
Oh, I'm okay.
Okay.
You need water, just let him know, okay, ma'am, or let me know, all right?
Yeah, I can get you, if you want to, if you finish that, I can get you some more water, okay?
Okay. Then you'll have to go to the bathroom. When you get old, it's very hard on you.
Yeah, I imagine.
Life is rough when you're 92.
Aging is often romanticized as a time of wisdom and reflection. But the reality for many elderly individuals is far more complex. Loss of independence, isolation. These emotions mix with anger and a sense of powerlessness. The results can be tragic.
I had, when I lived in Florida, before I came here, I had a 20-foot by 20-foot garden that I took care of. I had a small rototiller. I tilled it. I had fresh vegetables in my home. I had a beautiful garden. Because I'm a farmer at heart. And then you come to Arizona and you get stuck in a room and nobody talks to you. And you know, I got thinking when I was in there, how many millions of other old people this happens to.
Hmm.
It's, you have no idea what goes on in a home with an old person. It's just ridiculous.
Somebody will be back in a few minutes to check on you, okay? Make sure you're doing okay. Okay?
Better close the door and lock it.
Now I'm gonna close the door, okay? Just give you some privacy.
Can I have my water?
Your water, when you want to drink, just, we'll be back in a few minutes, okay?
Okay, I'll lay down. My Father, I know what I have done, and I know it's a sin. But my Heavenly Father, I'm asking you for forgiveness for all you. I did it because of all he's done to me. He's so hateful, I've never heard of his follow the word out of his mouth till him and Julie come down. I swear I never. Please forgive me, Lord, for I know I have sinned. Amen. I know what I did. I did exactly what I set out to do.
This is
Wow.
the moment where she accepts it herself, that her decision to murder her own son wasn't impulsive. It was something that she had thought through. And that's what makes this case so unsettling. When we think of elderly individuals committing crimes, we assume mental decline or confusion played a role. But Anna knew exactly what she was doing.
Hi, Anna.
Hi.
How you doing?
Okay.
I briefly introduced myself before, but my name is Tom Sedlicek.
Pardon?
My name is Tom Sedlicek, and I'm a detective with the sheriff's office. Okay. Right now.
That one's gone dead.
Okay. Are you able to hear me this close? Before we get started, do you need to use the restroom or anything, or are you okay?
Well, I'm okay.
Okay. Now, Anna, because you're down here at our office, it's standard practice that we read an individual their rights since they're down here and you're a detective. So I'm just going to briefly read your rights, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. Do you understand those so far?
Sure.
Okay. You have the right to the presence of an attorney to assist you prior to questioning and be with you during questioning if you so desire. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but I can't get an attorney.
Well, we'll go over that in just a second. If you cannot afford an attorney, you have the right to have an attorney appointed for you prior to questioning. Do you understand these rights? Do you understand everything that I read to you?
Yeah. I may be naive too, but I'm rather coherent.
Anna Mae Blessing's interrogation had some truly wild moments. But one of the weirdest has to be this. She was coherent, all right. Coherent enough to plan a murder and execute it. At first glance, it shocked her. But when you dig deeper, it becomes heartbreaking.
No, and from what I've been told is that you're like, for 92, you're sharp as a whip. That you're very intelligent and you're very smart for your age.
Tom was set on having me called, well, anyway, I took the test at the doctor's office. She says I'll never be incapable, or whatever they call it, when people can't cope with realize, know what things are all about.
So do you know what things are really all about?
I know the whole thing.
So what I would like for you to do is to walk me through everything that happened from the time that you woke up this morning, Anna, all the way up until me coming in here and talking to you right now.
Well, can I,
there it is.
first of all, tell you what led up to this, what brought it on?
Absolutely.
Ever since we got to Florida, well, it's to Arizona, started in Florida, and why I came with him, I'll never know. But Tom is a very foul mouth, and he's had 2 years and 2 months of anger management, because he used to be his stepson. That was years ago. That was in Oregon. And his wife turned him in for the kids. And he had, not only that, but he had a very foul mouth. He was one of the most domineering persons I've ever known. Extremely domineering. He expects everybody to hump for him. And if not, you can get called almost anything. And when we lived down in Black Canyon,
Hmm.
him
Like
and
a lot of people in the
Julie
comments have
had
feel bad for
not too
her.
far from where mine was, where they're close. And he used to set that thermostat so cold. And I would go out once in a while and turn it up a little bit, a couple degrees up, because there was no need for it. But he seemed to feel there was. And one day I walked out to the kitchen and where he was, and I said, Tom, I said, could you and I have a common sense talk about the thermostat real quiet like? Because he's very, very loud and mouthy, and he came up to me and he got his face right down next to mine, and he said, you F&B, he says, I'll talk to you any way I want to.
As you can probably understand, it wasn't totally about hatred. It was about a loss of control. For decades, Anna had been independent. Now she felt like she was losing everything: her home, her freedom, her dignity. While most people don't resort to violence, that fear of being abandoned or powerless is something a lot of elderly people experience.
Now, you had said that you were living in Florida before?
Yeah.
Was Thomas also living out in Florida?
No, I want to tell you about Florida. My husband and I lived there for 20 years before he passed. Well, he had 25 years by the time I moved.
Okay, that's
My
pretty.
husband passed away in '08 from cancer. I was his caregiver. And Tom came down to visit us, and I've never heard a foul word out of that kid's mouth until he came down with Julie.
Did there come a point where you're in Florida at the time? Did there come a point where you could no longer wanted to live in Florida, and that you decided that you were going to come live with Thomas?
I would like for him to move to Florida, but he wouldn't. The only reason I moved with Tom is that and by the time I'm 93, I will lose an annuity that I have. And the rent there was atrocious. And that would have knocked me out good. And so he said, we'll do it now. And so that's why I came. But Tom has always, ever since his father passed away, him and his dad talked about it. Was when Mom, when he passed, he would see to it that I never had to go to a nursing home. And I don't know that Bill made him promise or anything like that, but from what I understand, it was discussed. But anyway, Tom has always promised me, Mom, you'll never have to go to a nursing home. You'll never have to go to a nursing home. I will always take care of you. So, I just took it for granted, because I know Bill always made me promise him that I wouldn't send him up to the nursing home. He said, if you do, I'll haunt you.
So, where do we begin unpacking this case? Is it a story of extreme desperation? A failure of our elder care system? A tragic misunderstanding? It's hard to say. But one
Okay,
thing is certain, this case isn't just about a crime. It's about what happens when fear and isolation push someone past their breaking point.
Trying to decide
What
what I'm
makes this case
going
even
to
more
put.
frustrating
It's going to be a
is that
shaker,
this could have been prevented. Thomas had already
and I'm trying to
warned
think what I'm
Thomas
going to put
about
in there.
Anna's threats.
Hello, sir. How you doing? Good, you? It is.
Just to start us something.
Yeah. What's going on?
There was an officer out today. Talked to my mother.
Okay.
About her gun. There's been a statement made to my girlfriend that she was going to go in the bedroom and shoot me in the head. We don't get along. Okay. I brought her back from Florida because she couldn't afford to live there. So, and we are putting her in a nursing home.
Okay.
Trying to. And she just, there's not much we can, do. The woman is getting very senile, very angry. She knows how to push my buttons. My mother,
Right.
And my daughter would come in,
Let me see. I'm going to put some of this a thin layer first, because maybe it will keep it from sticking. I'm just trying this.
come in. I haven't seen her in over 20 years. And she took my mother yesterday for the day, to do some things and everything else. And my daughter said that, my daughter's supposed to be here pretty soon, said that all she did was gossip all day. And she kept telling her, Grandma, you can't do that. That's not why I'm here. I'm not here to listen to your gossip. I'm here because I haven't seen you, So it's just been a...
Does she have access to a gun?
Oh, she has a gun, yeah. The officer here today asked, she was asking him about the laws in Arizona and all that. And I told my girlfriend, I said, well, if she's made a threat, I'm going to say more than likely they're going to either pull her gun or get a hold of families or senior services.
Mm-hmm.
Do something. We're getting ready to go on vacation Monday.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Hi.
Hi. And she cooks her own meals. She takes care of herself, takes her own bath, dresses herself and everything. We take her to the store. She buys her groceries and everything. And we haven't been done anything for over a year now. And we decided we were going to go for a week.
What is it?
Just relax. Forget about everything.
What?
And I wanted to get this taken care of one way or another. No telling what she'll do. I have no idea.
Okay.
Because she's on and on.
Or do you have power of attorney on her?
No.
Okay. Well, as far as the gun goes, I don't know. I'm not sure what the deputy talked about earlier. But if she...
Can you hand me those scissors?
It's a process to take someone's gun from them.
Even with a threat?
Well, she didn't specifically say the threat to you,
No,
correct?
she said it to my girlfriend.
She's allowed to own the gun in Arizona. She's allowed to defend herself, whatever it means. She just has to justify what she does.
Well, I'm laying in bed, she shoots me in the head. That's not much justification.
Not specifically to you. I'm just saying in general.
Right.
So that's why Arizona's pretty lenient on their gun laws.
Right, I know that.
People
I
are
carry,
have it.
so,
Yeah.
it's nothing new.
No.
Well, there wasn't much when the deputy was here earlier that he can do, and there's not much I can do.
Just plain?
I just wanted to get out what's going on.
Right.
Just
Arizona
plain?
has some of the loosest firearm laws in the country. It's a constitutional carry state, meaning
I said just making plain biscuits.
or carry a gun. No registration is needed. And unless someone is actively committing a crime,
Yeah,
it's hard for police to take away their gun, even if they've made threats.
Let's see. Let's make sure that this is...
I certainly didn't want to go up there either because I had
Let's see.
run the gift shop up there and knew what was going on. And I wouldn't have wanted to live there up in the care center either.
Sure.
But when we left Florida and Tom was kind of misbehaving with his language, I told Julia, I said, I don't know for sure if I'm going to be able to live with him. She says, don't worry about it.
So Hannah, what I'd like to do is I'd like to fast forward to today.
Yeah.
And what I'd like for you to do is to start by basically begin with you waking up this morning, and then when you first woke up this morning, walk me through everything
I
that
didn't
happened.
wake up this morning. I haven't slept for 3 nights because when they come in the house, they don't talk to me. They just walk straight down through. I stayed home for, no, well, I always stay home, but I took care of Jasper, Tom's cat, for 4 days, 5 days while they went on a vacation. That was fine because I had to stay home all the time anyway.
Okay, so what was going through your mind the last? Last 3 or 4 days. I mean, and what I'm trying to understand is if you were angry, if you were sad, if you were, if you felt depressed, if you were happy.
Because they definitely were going to send me to a old people's home.
And what made you feel as though they were definitely going to send you to an old
They
people's
told
home?
me.
Did they tell you when they were going to send you to this?
Not exactly, but that I had to go.
As physical and mental abilities decline, decisions about health, finances, and living arrangements
Let's see. So I put line this around there. I don't know why this isn't. Maybe if I put it over here, it will. My internet.
made for them, not by them. Friends and spouses pass away. Children grow distant and social circles shrink. The idea of being placed in a nursing home or an unfamiliar setting can feel like being discarded. Decades of losses, whether loved ones, careers, or homes, can
It's a
create
sad,
deep sense of
sad thing when you have to do that. Put it,
These emotions don't just linger in the background. They can build up, leading to resentment, paranoia, and in extreme cases, violence.
And my granddaughter.
We had to deal with that. My dad recently had to deal with that with his
And I could have stood, sat and told
the family member.
One time when
It was really hard on
not
him.
too long ago, Julie came by me while I was working in the kitchen, and she said made some remark about their relationship, and I told her that I asked her. I says, Julie, did you and your first husband ever have 3 in the bed? And she says, no, we never believed in it. I says, well, I said, then how about you and Tom and Jack Daniels? Not another word was said. Either way, she didn't say anything more, and I didn't say anything more. That was it.
Okay. Last night,
Okay.
I mean, were things normal in the house, as normal as they can be last night, or did you guys have any disagreements or any discussions last night?
When they come in the door, they head for the bedroom, and they get into bed. They lay there and watch television. I'm at the other end of the house where I'm sitting in a chair watching television because I have nobody to talk to.
Okay.
I might as well not have a voice, speaking voice.
Was there a point this morning, sometime in the morning, where you went into their bedroom? You went into the master bedroom where Tom and Julie sleep?
Yeah.
Okay. So why did you decide to go into the bedroom?
I'm gonna change this one because it's so sad I can't watch it. I can't. I cannot.
Rural King. Don't miss these Rudy specials. Rural King and Eileen's bagged candy and nuts. Now buy one, get.
Hey, what happened?
I don't know.
Did you just come
down
home?
The street. I was down the street walking my dog and they shot him.
This is 22-year-old Alyssa Blackburn, and she just returned home from walking her dog to find her boyfriend shot and barely alive.
That's it.
I don't know what happened. I couldn't touch my hands anymore.
When deputies arrived, Alyssa would initially claim his injuries were from a violent drive-by just minutes earlier. But it wouldn't take long for them to start noticing holes in her story.
She's frantic. I think she knows more than what she is saying.
I said the same thing. I was like, for all we know, she smoked his ass.
What deputies didn't realize at the time was that Alyssa never walked her dog. In reality, she had been right there, witnessing the entire shooting up close. As the investigation began, detectives would uncover a meticulously planned homicide and a tragic conspiracy.
I'm sealing this in, so hopefully there'll be no leakage.
First, you got a witness saying they observed a white male run out of the house.
You see my bandit?
Why are you lying to me? You understand me? Stop. Don't start lying to me.
I need to learn how to
shoot you, I'm gonna shoot you, and then you're gonna shoot them all the time.
do everything better.
It's all a female. It's all a girl.
You literally have one opportunity to talk about this, otherwise you
The
won't.
calligrapher.
On October 29, 2022, the Escambia County Sheriff's Office received multiple 911 calls from frantic residents on the 1100 block of Medford Avenue. Earlier that morning, a driver in a black sedan had reportedly opened fire on a home in a small neighborhood. Hours later, at around 2:00 p.m., the sound of gunshots would be heard again, but this time followed by a young man's anguished cries for help. Quickly, officers were dispatched to the scene, racing to piece together what had just
Time
unfolded.
to make this season, so
What we got? 331, we need EMS and round gunshot victim inside the house. Anybody else in here?
No, my dog in the back room. Please don't go in there.
I got a chest too, I'm gonna go get it.
The first deputies on the scene arrived to find 26-year-old Jessica Hagan lying
what
on
else
the
are you
floor,
making over there,
full
Fred?
of blood, barely conscious, with bullet holes
Huh?
scattered throughout his body.
Yeah.
Where you shot, bud?
This is rules?
Yeah.
Huh?
Jesse is experiencing a pressure
Just the
imbalance in
rolls?
his chest cavity, meaning his lungs could collapse.
Oh, I didn't know you were making cabbage too.
With Jesse in the hands of paramedics, the deputies shift their focus to
Yeah,
the
I might
next
have
critical
a little bit of that.
piecing together
Well, I don't know.
what
I'm pretty.
happened. With this in mind,
I'm not
Deputy
really.
Tinch wastes no time turning to question the only witness present, Jess's girlfriend, Alyssa Blackburn.
Hey, what happened?
I was down the street walking my dog and they shot him.
Who shot him?
I don't know.
Did you find him like this?
Yeah, I just had to kick in the back door because nobody was knocking on.
So do you live here?
Yes.
Who is that gentleman to you?
It's my boyfriend.
Are you the one that called 911?
No.
Who called 911? Because it was a female.
I called 911 because I heard the gunshot.
Why are you lying to me? You understand me? Stop. Don't start lying to me. You understand what's standing there? I need proof.
I'm the one who did it. What are you?
Then go tell me you didn't call.
You're gonna get me shot out here. You realize that? We're Montclair. It's my life too.
What's your last name?
Blackbird. I'm thinking you realize that I'm risking you calling y'all for real.
Right away, Deputy Tinch grew suspicious after noticing a flaw in Alyssa's account of the 911 call. However, considering the chaos of the moment, he knew it was possible she could be in shock and that her memory was distorted. But unbeknownst to the deputy, Alyssa would go on to provide more misleading statements, making her story even more suspicious.
So this little bottle with
What's
this
worth noting
baby
is that
oil.
situations like these can be especially traumatizing for everyone involved, including those watching at home, just like you. If you've ever felt that you need help with mental health, you should know that there are always people you can reach out to. That's why I'd like to thank BetterHelp, the sponsor of today's video. I've partnered with them to help provide you with an easy and simple solution to therapy. Therapy has helped me overcome my anxiety, manage my stress levels, and become confident enough to build a team that helped to grow this channel into over 2 million subscribers. Thank you guys. Deputy Tin.
There's DIY, and there's doing it yourself.
She knew it could be due to her frantic condition. If anything, this just made him want to know more.
Before he left to walk the dog, was he by himself?
Yeah, no, there was nobody else here.
And he wasn't like that, right?
No, he was not like that. He was fine. He was in the room, and he was not bleeding on the ground.
Who else lives here?
This is, I don't even know whose house this is. I just got here like 2 days ago. Real shit. I swear to God, I just moved here. All my stuff's in there, my bedroom, but my dog's in there.
According to Alyssa, the shooting occurred in the small window of time while she was walking her dog. But none of this would matter to her, as her boyfriend would be carried out in a stretcher unconscious.
But the glass, was it broken before you left? Was it out here when you left to walk the dog?
Let's see. Let's try to.
Oh my God.
No. No, I'll get some if I want some.
It's likely
in a little
Alyssa,
bit.
in this moment, believed Jesse had passed
I'm not
away.
really hungry,
First
but it
responders were
smells
using
good.
what's called a soft stretcher, not too different in appearance to a body bag used when the victim is dead. However, Jesse is still alive. He was suffering from multiple gunshot wounds and was slipping in and out of consciousness. He appeared to have been shot in the upper abdomen and leg and was in critical condition. As paramedics loaded Jesse into the ambulance, preparing to take him to the hospital, deputies could finally give Alyssa their full
trying to get
attention,
out of
as
it.
she was
I
the
might
only
have
witness so far who could give them a lead. But soon, officers would begin to suspect that Alyssa wasn't the innocent victim she portrayed herself as.
I don't know, honey. I'm sure he's talking to us, so yes, because he just gave us some. He just gave
I don't know
us
why
some
that
information.
dropped like that.
Okay?
I don't want nobody to see me. Oh my
I can
God.
see you, okay?
Okay.
Let's call your parents, okay?
Due to Alyssa's seemingly frantic condition, deputies were unable to get any more information from her beyond what she had already recounted. So in an attempt to make sense of the situation, deputies on scene began sharing the information they had gathered, and they quickly started to notice some intriguing details.
So I wonder, earlier was a drive-by, this was Target House, and then maybe somebody came back? Oh, it looks like he got shot in the house. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, their case is out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Whoever you, they bucked up in the house, or they know him and let him in the house?
Yeah, but her time frame is way off, bro. That's the problem. Is she's like, I asked her who called. She's like, not me. I'm like, it was a female, honey. She's like, okay, I called. And I said, stop fucking lying to me. This is serious. She's saying that she left to go walk the dog, came home to this, and the time frame is not 4 hours ago. Because she's saying she heard the shots.
So it wasn't a...
I guarantee you it was.
If we can find some cameras.
Clearly, Alyssa's story wasn't adding up, and despite her exaggerated crying, officers were growing more convinced that she might have somehow been involved. But without definitive evidence to prove her role in the crime, these suspicions would remain as just that, suspicions, for now. So, officers, determined to find something concrete, would begin searching the neighborhood. That's when Deputy Brissette encountered a neighbor who would claim to have seen everything.
I heard 2 gunshots about 10 o'clock this morning, and I saw a little black car. But, come and go, and come back, you know. I don't know if they had anything to do with it, but it was like they just took off from right over here.
Did you hear some gunshots?
Yeah, I heard 4 of them.
Over here?
I just seen a black boy and a white boy just get in the car, and I seen the white boy come out with the gun in his hand.
What kind of vehicle?
It's like a beat up, old school looking Toyota Camry. And he came out the door, he said, I told them just don't want to play with me. Was it a black boy or a white boy that got shot?
White guy got shot.
Ooh,
the one that lived there.
The tattoos?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's who, they always going I back and forth.
With different people?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that car in the area before, that white guy?
Always there.
The camera's always there?
Yeah.
What these witnesses just revealed was critical. According to them, shortly before the shooting, a beat-up Toyota Camry pulled into the driveway of Alyssa's house. 2 men stepped out, one white, one black, and made their way towards the home.
Somebody lying for her?
Noticed something even more alarming. The white male was armed, and moments after they entered the house,
You want to make more money
in 2025? Don't start a business. Try this instead. There's a
fire erupted, echoing
This must
throughout the
probably be my
neighborhood.
favorite shaker thus far. We'll
With
see.
this new information at
If
hand,
it
deputies could finally narrow their focus to 2 prime suspects, who for now would remain unidentified. As for Alyssa, her role in the investigation was still unclear. It still made no sense why she felt the need to lie about her story. And given Alyssa's emotional state, it was impossible to get anything valuable out of her. So her parents were allowed on the scene to help her calm down. In the meantime, deputies would notice the biggest flaw in Alyssa's story yet.
She was in there fucking house.
So I'm trying.
So she did it? No. Bristol got a witness saying that they observed a white male run out of the house with a gun. Oh, okay.
This house is not just 2 days lived in.
Hang on. Right.
There are the people that live there.
Right.
So who are they?
This deputy just picked up on a very important realization. The house Alyssa claimed she moved into with Jesse only 2 days ago looked well lived in, contradicting her entire story. With this new suspicious clue, Deputy Davidson devised a genius solution to finally determine
Things are
if
not
she was
moving in
just
it
an
like
innocent
I
witness or if she had a bigger role in the shooting.
If I ask
with my mineral oil next time.
why would she lie? Okay, I'm just gonna go for it. Does anybody else live here with you and Jesse?
I don't know who lives here and who don't, because there's people here all in and out all the time. I'm not gonna lie to you. There's a dude named Cap sometimes, I guess. I don't know. Because he was like, I've been letting you stay here because he stayed in tape. But the way they were talking, it sounded like he just got here. So you know what I mean? Like, they have been there that long.
Alyssa finally cracks, admitting that one of Jesse's friends was living in the house with them. This is important because he could potentially be another witness to the shooting or even a suspect. Deputy Davidson would go on to press Alyssa for more information about this friend, but to no avail. And with nothing else to go on, deputies reached a dead end in their investigation. So far, they knew that 2 unidentified men had carried out the shooting of Jesse and fled the scene in a black Toyota Camry. They also discovered that others had been living in the house with Alyssa and Jesse, opening up possibilities for even more witnesses and suspects. Lastly, Alyssa's account of events had proven quite unreliable due to her frantic condition. So with the on-scene investigation at its end, Jesse clinging to life in the hospital, and Alyssa the only immediate witness, the next move was clear. Take Alyssa to the police station for a formal interrogation and get to the bottom of whatever she's hiding. An hour later, Alyssa and her mom would be transported to the police station and placed inside an interrogation room while detectives gathered all the evidence from deputies. Alyssa doesn't know it yet, but this interrogation would go far worse than she could have ever imagined.
Don't touch me! Don't you touch me!
What the fuck?
There's no reason they have to talk to us by themselves. There's a camera in here. There's audio in here. We can hear everything.
Yeah.
There's no reason they have to talk to us by themselves.
You're right.
Alyssa realizes she's being recorded and immediately makes her mom aware. It's clear this isn't her first time in an interrogation room. Unfortunately for her, the cameras would turn out to be the least of her worries. Detectives would walk into the room with a clear plan in mind, figure out why Alyssa lied. If they can press her on the details, she might slip, giving them a real shot at actually solving the case.
David Preston, you know David? How do you know him?
Experience.
Experience?
Yes. I got in trouble. Only 2 times I've been in trouble. I didn't want to be really.
Gotcha.
Has to get better for mom for thinking too much.
I work with David, so I know. Yeah. That being said, we want to get some information as far as like how long you got to live in there, who lives there.
2 days, 2-3 days ago. We just got there. If I have my phone, I can tell you exactly my phone.
Okay.
I know, but it wasn't in. I can't remember where it was, but.
Okay. And the only reason I'm asking is because, like I said, we have to get a search warrant in order to get the house.
Okay.
So
I'm not sure what animal this is supposed to be.
Once we get into the house and we look around, if something's missing, like his cell phone,
yeah,
then maybe we can possibly start trying to track it and find it.
Okay.
So,
No, I'm not gonna question you at all. You
so
can,
that's why I was asking, I'm not asking like to pry, but maybe
you're good.
something's missing and maybe we can track it and be like,
I know y'all are just trying to help.
Watch to the end for a discount code to Restream's upload and stream. Being a content creator can feel like you've always got to be on, always live. It's overwhelming. So streams.
Oh, for real, I'm not that type of person. I know y'all are just trying to.
Okay.
Alyssa has to be feeling the pressure at this point. She's told her version of events several times by now, and yet investigators keep asking the same questions. Perhaps that's why, after an entire afternoon of speaking to law enforcement, she finally gives them something substantial.
All right, so it's just you and Jesse that live in that house?
No, there's 2 males there and there's Jesse. But there's people in and out of there all the time, you know what I mean? I mean, it's like literally like
All the time. I've been there 2 days.
But the whole house is like trashed almost. I tried to clean it up and I mopped the floors and all kind of stuff like that because I had nowhere to go. But there's a dude named Ian for sure. I know because he sleeps on the couch, and I know he was getting help from somebody. The dude who lives there, I guess, around a regular, trying to get off of drugs.
Okay. Is he a black male, white male?
He's white.
Okay.
Yeah, he's tall. He's real tall. He's like real tall to me. I'm like 5 foot.
Alyssa confirmed that 2 other people lived in the house, noting that individuals are constantly coming and going, a detail that could suggest drug activities considering her previous statements and frantic behavior earlier. But most importantly, she mentions one of the roommates by name. If investigators can track him and the other roommate down, they may not have to rely solely on Alyssa's version of events, as it's obvious she hasn't been telling the whole truth. So the detective continues to question Alyssa in hopes of extracting
Not
another
sure
name.
why.
Start from what did you do today?
Okay.
From when you got up.
I woke up on the couch and he was on the couch across from me, and Jesse was sitting in his chair. It's in the living room, whatever. I called my mom and dad because I was supposed to go over there. He called him. I don't remember exact time.
What these
I was like, dude, lives there. He wasn't there. He was supposed to go to get a hotel room with a girl the night before, so he hasn't been there.
Who's that?
I think his name's.
Okay.
It starts with. Yeah, but he wasn't there at all.
Alyssa doesn't realize it yet, but with the other roommate's name obtained, the investigation has already taken a sharp turn. The detective's top priority is no longer just her story. It's tracking down the roommates she previously lied about who could be key witnesses to the shooting. But before they could get to that, Alyssa and her mother would share one more major detail from the morning of the shooting.
We go to my new house where we're building because we're moving into it. We just closed on it. So we go over there. She has somebody else come and get her to go through her paperwork for work and stuff like that because we're
shit. Oh yeah, I was gonna look at the picture of what these are supposed to look like when I see, like, okay, I was like, why does it, there's these little hands right here. I didn't see that I was supposed to be using. I guess this one's supposed to be a frog.
moving. And then I don't know who it was.
It don't work it out.
That they have little feet that go on
Did you call them to come pick you up, or they just showed up?
And
it's a friend. I don't really know him like that, you know what I'm saying? Jesse doesn't like anybody to know where we stay at all because of what he does. And obviously y'all know what he does, you know what I'm saying? I can tell the police. I don't know if y'all talked to the police yet. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And
What did they do? Sell drugs?
Allegedly. I don't know.
What's important?
I don't even know if I just used that right. Yeah, he sells drugs. He sells drugs.
And what kind of car did this person pick you up?
Well, I'll buy a car.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of car
It was just black.
It's a older vehicle that doesn't even have the emblems on it.
Did you see it?
I didn't pay
Yeah, it was
attention.
black.
Looked like it was spray painted.
Spoiler alert, emotional support animals are 100% real, legal,
Trying to make
and
it
here to stay. Emotional support animals, like mine, are not just
darker
regular
green.
pets they
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It was.
I know it was black, though. I didn't
Like
pay
all
attention.
Toyota or something like that.
It was definitely a small sedan.
What's a sedan? It's a sedan car, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, maybe.
Well, that's
I think it's 4-door.
Alyssa's mother just described the same car that witnesses saw fleeing the scene, a black Toyota Camry. But what's even more crucial is Alyssa's own admission. She was in that very car after being picked up by a so-called friend. With this insight, detectives now have a
Trying to make
major
this screen
personal
darker.
interest. Whoever was driving that black Camry. Now their top priority is clear. Identify this man.
Yeah.
What's his name, the guy that come and got you?
I don't know him. That's what I'm saying.
Well, how'd you call him?
Jesse, I didn't call him. I said I didn't call him.
Oh, he just showed up at the house?
Yeah, my brother knows him, and Jesse knows him, and all kind of stuff like that. Like, he comes around all the time and hangs out with him. I don't associate myself with people that eat nuts. I'm not allowed to even be at the house by myself.
Is he white or black?
He's white, for sure.
Can you describe him to us?
Well, I'm kind of ghetto.
No, he's ghetto. He's got tattoos.
Yeah.
You can tell he's been to jail.
20s, 30s?
At least, like, his late 20s.
Despite the vague description, detectives can now confirm the driver of the black Camry is a white male in his late 20s with tattoos. Combined with all the other information, these details are enough for detectives to begin searching. But before detectives wrap up Alyssa's interview, they would have to deliver the tragic news of what happened to Jesse.
I did just get off the phone with the doctor's office, and he did not survive.
Why he's not here? We can't leave. God, he did. Yes, God!
Jesse Gehagen had died. Alyssa seemed truly upset at this news, even though she almost certainly expected his death, as detectives would come to find out eventually. But while it's not officially confirmed, all signs point to one chilling reality. This is, most likely, all an act, and it would be revealed soon.
Yeah, we can get you out of here. Raise your right hand. Somebody killed your boy.
Yeah, I called the police. I tried to save his life. I tried to make him do better, bro. I tried. I'm the only one who can think about it. No, I'm being serious. You don't get it. Don't let nobody. I'm the only one who called the police when he overdosed. Try studying his mom and dad all by myself.
Alyssa would continue this frenzy until detectives had to end the interview. Even though she seemed genuinely upset over his passing, detectives would soon find evidence suggesting otherwise. Nevertheless, the stakes were now higher as this had escalated into a murder investigation. At this point, detectives still weren't sure exactly what Alyssa was hiding, but the interviews that followed would begin to reveal the truth.
What's up, Miss? Good, how are you? I'm Investigator Alvarez, the one that you ignored last night. Well, now you got my text.
This is one of Jesse and Alyssa's roommates. It's unclear how investigators first located him, but what is known is that he was initially reluctant to cooperate, ignoring multiple calls and texts from detectives. Perhaps he was hesitant to get involved, but when he finally agreed to an interview, he would deliver the biggest bombshell yet.
All right, man. So let's start from the very beginning, okay?
That's it.
Now, I know before you came in here, you said he knows who did it and who he can get us hooked up with that person and everything else because he tried catching up with you at Tom Thumb yesterday. So, before we get into all the details, who is that person that actually pulled the trigger?
It's Jacob Colville.
Okay. Who was the black guy that was there with him?
I've never seen him before in my life.
Okay. If you were shown a picture of him, would you be able to possibly recognize him?
should be able to.
Okay. How long have you known Colville?
Colville, I met like in 2018 in Walton County. He was we were in the same little pod together in Walton County.
Finally, thanks to the roommate, detectives have identified the white man with the gun, 29-year-old Jacob Colville. The same friend
you guys still there?
and her mother described earlier. But to the detective's surprise, the roommate had even more to reveal.
Colville showed up with his two kids in the car and got out and started an altercation with Jesse. And this is all over. This is all over girl. What's her name? Alyssa Blackburn. I guess Colville's in love with his girlfriend or something. I'm not even sure who the girl liked, if she liked either of them or not. And I thought they were supposed to be friends. But no, as soon as the girl comes out of the house and says Jesse's inside, they didn't hesitate to, should we leave it? No, they went right inside my house. And they go down the hallway and they look through the first room, look through the second room, and I'm at this point I'm playing stupid. I'm like, what's going on, guys? And I don't know what's going on. I wasn't watching. I did not have my head turned towards down the hallway. But there was 2 gunshots, and I hear screaming. And there's 2 gunshots, and then by the time I look down the hallway, I see Colville.
I didn't notice the whole time that these animals have little feet that you can glue on the outside.
Yeah, blood right here, maybe like
Make it look like they're holding on to the heart.
the chest or the shoulder, and even when he was on the ground, he shot another couple rounds, I believe. How many rounds total? I can't.
Quite a few.
Yeah, I can't even tell you. Whenever Colville and the black guy run out the front door, they took off.
What happened to the DVR?
I could show it to you.
Do you have it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And there's the camera in the movie.
Yeah, I noticed.
What the roommate just revealed to detectives is everything they need to crack this case. It appears that Jesse's murder stemmed from a long-standing conflict that began in an altercation between Jacob and Jesse. Likely during the drive-by incident reported earlier that morning, followed by Jacob returning an hour later to fatally shoot Jesse. Meanwhile, Alyssa not only fabricated her entire version of events, but the whole altercation centered around her. According to the roommate, she was in a love triangle with Jesse and Jacob that turned deadly. It's likely that Alyssa had grown fed up with Jesse before orchestrating the shooting with her friend, or perhaps lover, Jacob. This finally explains why Alyssa had been lying all along. She wasn't just a witness, she was an accomplice to murder. Fortunately, the roommate had the shooting recorded on surveillance camera and agreed to hand it over to investigators, providing them with undeniable evidence to bring the killer trio to justice. This incredible stroke of good fortune would continue when the roommate successfully identified Jacob's accomplice from a photo lineup of known offenders. He was
I want to show you guys.
Lawrence.
I'm gonna get off here in a second, but
The Escambia County Sheriff's Department quickly
I hate to do
launched
that to you without showing you how this turns out.
stations and the public to be on the lookout. Not long after, authorities would make a
Smells good
critical
with baby powder.
discovery. The black Toyota Camry had been found underneath the mobile highway bridge over 11 Mile Creek, burned down to the frame. While the search for the assailants continued, detectives wanted to solidify their case against Alyssa, so they would bring in the other roommate she mentioned earlier. And he would
reminds me
reveal crucial
that
details
girl
about Alyssa's sinister role in her boyfriend's murder.
is a better looking 6'6".
Toyota
That's what she looks.
Camry or Avalon or whatever it was.
6 up.
You know the car they showed up in?
Yeah.
Whose car is that?
I think it's Colville's.
He burned it.
He what?
He burned it.
Did he?
Well, yeah. So do you remember any of the conversations going on in the house? Like when they come back, you told them that Jesse's hiding in the back, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What was being said after that?
Nothing. They were so quiet. They were just creeping through the house looking for Jesse, and they didn't find him at first.
You remember seeing Alyssa come in with a gun?
Who?
Alyssa, his girlfriend, Jesse's.
No.
When she first walks into the house and you're on the couch, you know she's holding a gun because we have the DVR.
Yeah, I did notice that. Colville did say to Jesse, he said, I ain't gonna shoot you, and he was shooting him the whole time. Because Jesse would say that Colville would never shoot him, you know what I mean? Colville shot.
You know where Koval might be right now?
I have absolutely no idea, man.
We already have one of the three. So.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
One of the three?
There's another person that helped them out later.
Really?
At this point, detectives had multiple statements from both roommates that not only implicated Alyssa, but also discredited her alibi of being somewhere else at the time. Combined with video evidence showing her holding a gun inside the house before the shooting, there was no denying that Alyssa...
The best things never change. They just get better. Like Hardee's original bag, just $6.99. Choose from juicy charbroiled double cheeseburgers, melty hot ham and cheeses, or crispy hand-breaded chicken tenderites. 2 full-size favorites plus fries and a drink, just $6.99.
Alyssa was certainly involved in the murder of Jesse Gahagan. While detectives were wrapping up the roommate's interview, one of the killer trio, Lawrence Bonner, was arrested after deputies surrounded his residence. He was brought into the interrogation room directly across from this one. Detectives didn't waste any time with Bonner and would immediately confront him with video evidence to make him give up Jacob's location.
We want to know why he reached out to you, what he told you, because we already know you participated there. We know you didn't pull a trigger. But at this point, you literally have one opportunity to talk about this, otherwise you are, and I'm going to be very straight with you.
And if you want to see the video.
Yeah, we'll show you the video if you want to see it.
I'll show it. Okay.
You text,
they just asked if I wanted it.
Perfect.
How is this gonna help me though, man?
Why? Because you didn't pull the trigger. I mean, I see your face in there.
But I'm still...
I mean, you acting like, what the going on?
I'm still gonna end up going to jail.
You are going to go to jail, but the difference is whether if you decide to be honest and to help out, and then hopefully the courts will show leniency that you've helped out and you've been honest, that ship went down fast or however it went down. But not saying nothing, that video makes you look guilty as hell, bro.
It's cute. You ready?
Be looking for him, ain't found him yet. Oh, there you go. Oh, he dropped his pistol. Trying to get on. You're like, what the? Here, hold this gun. There you go. Now give me that gun. There you go. Oh, let me go ahead and finish him off right here. Snap. Snap.
No, wait, he's not done yet, though.
Oh, shit, my gun. Let me get it. Oh, damn. Oh, let me give him one more, which he did right there.
So now you know we're not bullshitting. Which
Hey, go talk to my girl, man, and I'll talk to y'all, man.
Now that Bonner understands the gravity of his situation, he agrees to share everything he knows with the detectives, starting with what the three of them did to Jesse.
I really don't know.
But you know him by sight. You've seen him around.
I seen him around. You know, he offered me a ride. I took the ride, right? Yeah, we put up at the house. The girl in the car, like, she was just like saying that the dude was selling, but something about the busted the windows or some shit like that, though.
Just a little
old girl, she knocked on the door trying to get in.
Yeah.
And then she comes back to the car, and she throws something in the car, and then she goes and walks her little dog. And then the rest of it's self-explanatory. We see the shots that happen and all that. Y'all walk back outside, and y'all get in the car. And where's the girl? Does she get in the car with y'all?
She had them ran up.
Okay.
Bonner had just admitted his role in the shooting, going so far as to confirm that Alyssa had been present the entire time. Under pressure from the video evidence, Bonner would eventually confess to something even more damning. He had provided Jacob with the gun used to shoot Jesse. With that admission, Bonner officially became an accomplice to murder. Investigators would wrap up Bonner's interrogation and book him into jail. One member of the killer trio was down, 2 more to go. A week later, on November 5th, authorities tracked down Jacob Colville in Eustis, Florida, attempting to evade capture disguised in a wig, glasses, and makeup. But his cover didn't last long. An officer recognized him, initiated a traffic stop, and took him into custody. When finally apprehended, Colville was found with a loaded handgun and drugs in his car. He would reportedly state, "I don't regret it," when inquired about the murder. As for Alyssa, a warrant for her arrest was issued, and she was quickly apprehended, held in county jail without bond. While the killer trio's exact motives remained unclear, investigators determined that Colville, Blackburn, and Bonner were driven by a mix of personal vendetta and criminal intent. Their actions were likely tied to drug dealings and internal betrayals within their circle, leading them to see Jesse Gahagan as a liability that needed to be eliminated. Nearly 2 years later, in June 2024, Colville was sentenced to life in prison for the first-degree premeditated murder of Jesse Gahagan. Meanwhile, Lawrence Bonner and Alyssa Blackburn were also charged as principals to first-degree murder. As of this writing, both remain in jail awaiting trial. If convicted, they too will likely face life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Before I was born, how did I get inside Mommy's tummy?
Daddy's a little busy right now, sweetie. Remember the pipe?
Still no reading from my favorite reader, but it's okay. We probably will. I'll probably get off of here. I got my little. This is cute. This is so. I just noticed that there's little hands that you put right here to make it look like the animal is holding the heart, and that's what that is. So let's see what's got. Oh, that's the bubble. That something was on. And yeah, how cute. That one's my favorite one yet. So I'm getting better as I make them. And that's supposed to be a frog. But yeah, it actually turned out really cute. Probably be turned into a keychain, or it can go like it could be a few things. Definitely my favorite one so far, for sure. But we made that was our big projects for the few hours. I really like this letter A. The K was my first one, and so I kind of learned from that one how to make this one look nicer. And yeah, so this is just like a little, keychain, or it could be, needs to be cleaned, but yeah, so cute. So cute. I guess I'm going to have to get the other ones and put their little feet on them too, because I didn't notice that that's what was going on there until I looked back at the picture, how they're supposed to look. So let me see. Let me maybe try to cover this resin from try to keep it from the sun. Go back in here with this so I don't lose it. I need to get more of those acetate picture or acetate, whatever those things are called. The clear things that's really, really awesome. Carrie, are you in here? Oh yeah, we made this bandit. Like I don't know if I'll really keep this because it doesn't. I'll keep. Might redo it because I don't like the. It looks. It's cute, but my writing is not stellar at all. So these ones are definitely gonna get listed. So pretty. All right, guys. Hope y'all have. Did you see this one? It's so cute. Look at this one. Look, they have little hands right there. I didn't know that there's little hands you put right there. This one's turned out the best so far of any of the shakers I've done. And I'm going to have to attach the little hands on the other ones I made. Now that I noticed that that's what those were. So cute. Hey, Matthew. How's it going? Look at the cool little keychain thing. It's going to be a keychain or either that or I'm going to put it on something like this. For people's work cards. I know, right? I'm getting better and better at it. I have the what are they called? Grinders, but it's not to. I need to go get my other one. Hold on. I can make it a cool grinder like that. So I also got gosh, I still have to send. I turned off the light, dang it. I was going to show you my weed leaf. That was so super cool. Oh shit, we'll turn on a light. It's way too dark. I don't have my one light in here. I need to make another bowl too. Let's see. I don't want that to turn up. I turned this grinder into this grinder, like a Hello Kitty one, but that's girly, obviously. And it's really girly the way I made it, but I can make it any colors and something like a cute something. I don't know. I have a skull. Yeah, it's hard for you to see how it could turn out because it's so girly looking. But no, containers. Nothing. I should find some stuff like that though. Eventually, I might. You like my writing? I thought that looked. No, that's my writing. That's definitely my writing. It does the job, I guess, but oops, shit. Don't want that to spill. Well, thank you, Pentintin. Yeah, I'm proud of this one and this one. I haven't attached this to a keychain or anything yet, but see, that looks more fancy than like something like this that I don't know. I'm learning how to make things look a little bit more fancy than so like. I kind of screwed this up. I need to wash that because I was filling in the indentions with black and I don't like it, so I'm gonna clear it out, clean it out, and I didn't finish that. Yeah. I will. Have a good day, Matthew. Matthew. I don't know if you mind if people call you Matt, but I have a weed leaf keychain thing, but I have a purple one I wanted to show you, but I made. It's really awesome, but I don't see it right now, so maybe next time. I like the purple one because it makes it look like it's like real fireweed, you know? I wish I need to get a mold of a mold like this without the keychain thing at the top, so I can put it on like for example, a grinder or something. So yeah, I need to get a weed leaf mold without the whole thing, because that would probably sell for sure. I'm gonna have to try a different kind of oil and see how things move. And all right, guys, I hope you guys all have a great Wednesday. I'll probably just go take a nap for a little bit. I hate this medicine, this antidepressant. It makes me tired by itself. When we still got to do that wind chime. We didn't get it even started. All right, guys. Have a great day. I'll talk to y'all later.